Uh, the man is supposed to redo that song, you know me, you know? Was he busy? Yeah, fella from Nevis, you know him, right? I know him. Fella Kejel Labor. Kejel from Church Ground. Kejel, why you mother name? Petty? 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 Yeah. Pretty, pretty son. Yeah, boy. Man, like he's shocked. This artist from Nevis. How you feel like? Why I from? Why me if me sure? Cause the man, every time, me no know. The man got much tunes too. I mean, and he make the beat too. He make the beat too. What you mean? I can put you on after the show. Yeah, he live in States now. He there States. I can send her a picture. Yeah, I can send you a thing. Yeah, man, married and thing. Wait, Alexi. No boy, the man got good music. And that me just me not go ask the man boy. This yes, this. Boy, how are we just how are we just learn about this? Anyway, let me go live. I get ready. Let me go. I mean, after smile, you call it, Mr. Mott. Anyway, one, two, three, 4, 5.
Yes, and it's the end of the month, and the done is the link up with the topics and everything agriculture show. Greetings to all who listen to the sound of my voice, and welcome to Everything Agriculture Show. I'm your voice, I'm your host, and my co-host, and my other host, Yasan Tafari, all the way in California. Alan running a little late today, but he'll come in as he come in. He'll just pop in and link up with us, and as we continue the conversation, let me greet those in the Federation of Orly and Liamiga, and those in the neighboring islands, Saba, Statia, St. Martin, the U.S. Virgin Islands, the BVI, the folks over in Montserrat, those who are listening, Antigua, the, also the folks over in Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, not forgetting you all still went through a serious hurricane and you're all still going through what you're all going through. Also have some friends who I met down there in Costa Rica, so still putting out my blessings on them and well, they go through their struggles and getting back everything after that dreadful hurricane that went by. Also, the folks over in Grenada, the same who went through the same thing with, that storm, and I still have friends over there. So my blessings goes out to them. Also, the folks over in the diaspora, North America, up to Canada, folks in Boston, folks all the way in Chicago, down to Miami, anywhere you have to sound of voice in the US, and also our students over in Costa Rica who studying agriculture. We seem to have a lot more females studying, getting up in dealing with agriculture. Agriculture is not biased. Also, students in Taiwan studying agriculture. Big up Teresa Diaz over there in doing her bachelor's in Taiwan. Also, students also in Turkey, wherever you're at, you know, I'm in England and listening to my voice. Good evening, good morning, whichever is appropriate. Greatly appreciate you guys tuning in. If you're a first time listener, the show is over 4 years old with Yasin and myself, where we bring in different guests and different topics when it comes to agriculture and getting that stigma that agriculture is a dirty job and it's out the sun is hot, but you build house in the sun and do everything else in the sun when it comes to agriculture. I guess because you gotta wait for a couple months, 6 weeks, a month before you start harvest, then that is why I guess most people run from it. So you really have to genuinely understand the scientific part of agriculture if you want to do it in a holistic when it comes to safety and stuff like that. So this evening we'll be talking general agriculture definitely. the 2025 agenda, food security, and a few other topics when it comes to farmers and what food available on the island of St. Kitts Nevis, and that food import below over $200 million. Great, keep going out the country. We really can do a better job. So, Yasan, how you doing?
Well, I give in thanks and praises, Banky. It's a pleasure and an honor to be in another edition of Everything Agriculture, link up with the topics here and the Real Entertainment Network. Pretty hot day today still. I mean, I actually had to, put on a shirt to come and do this show because, I mean, it's like 102 today. You're thinking that it's
Wow.
supposed to be starting to get cooler and so on, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's nice and able to do a good bit of work in the field, getting set up for the winter crops time, because this is that time of the year. So a lot of the other crops gonna be phasing out in the next couple of weeks. So yeah, just holding the faith and learning to work with this this condition because like in the Caribbean, we don't necessarily have to deal with the true changes of the seasons or the true seasons. We got a wet season and a dry season, and that's basically it. But out here, you
Yes,
really have to consider the all of the seasons. The spring, the winter, the autumn, the
of course.
fall. Um, so
That's why
dealing
me
with
not
those
live here.
adjustments
It's
is
all
kind
year
of
round
is
me can
kind of
plant
interesting.
food. This is why me not leave this
Yeah,
place,
it's kind of.
all year round.
Yes, yes, I. Well, all year round you can plant in these parts, but it's just all year you'll have to be able to research it now to know what plants you can plant at a certain time. So certain things
But
would
you
be
need heat.
seasonal, whereas you
You
could
need
plant the
heat.
same things all year round, within your
Of
season.
course, but you just need heat. Once you have a greenhouse,
Yeah.
then you can
Well, that
plant
too. If you have,
things
yeah,
in.
if you have those
Yeah,
shaded, yeah, greenhouse
of
can
course.
always have things all year round as well.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's a little bit.
All right, nice. Well, let me touch part. Well, for the last 2 weeks, I've been working on my Uncle Mansa farm, which is back up and running. Had bring in an excavator for a couple, and I'm back up for about a week, and then on about 8, 9 days, 7 to 8 days, 9 days. Get everything clean as I get it to a point, 2 days head start. Then I start coming behind, make sure I have all my resources. So the farm is actually up and in order. Right now we have carambola. You can come pick carambola. You get a whole plastic bag to make drink for $10. You have the jamun, which is full of antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, good for the male. Them who penis have low libido to get them up and running again. So females, you don't know. If you know you have a problem, and you also the females also, it's good for you because it's as I say, it's anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and full of vitamins and minerals. So definitely get a jamun and the carambola, and we have mango on the trees coming soon. The idea we're running with our Mansa last up, yes, and those listening is a farming experience. So you come and pick the vegetables and the fruits, yes, and stuff like that. And also I'll have stuff packages and do wholesale mainly along with $5 bags and stuff like that and get food to eat, get food to buy cheap, and nobody would get run back if they don't have enough. They always have little is much. So whatever little you have, you will get something for it. So you can guarantee that. So come out. The farm is
Right.
open every day, Monday to Saturday, and then Fridays and Saturdays they do. You can get to cook up or whatever, and then Saturdays you get your fish and caramel and different stuff and your local drinks. And also I'm doing farm tours from children from 5 years old to primary school up to high school. They pay, well, primary school they pay $1, and children in high school and college, CFBC will pay $2, and adults $5. And if you're a visitor, you're not from non-national, then you pay $5 US. Because once you come on the farm, you definitely will get something to eat and enjoy the tour. And at the same time, you're learning about agriculture. And from the end of next month and forward, I want to do workshops starting end of October, workshop on composting, start up with composting. And then in November, I want to do the water and farm management. Just for $30, I'm gonna get a poster makeup and stuff like that. And then at Christmas, I want to start with workshops and stuff like that also with anyone who want to, especially the chill the youths and them, and the same time when it comes to Easter, so Easter camp, and then the summer do a summer camp for a week or two. I design the farm today, set up the irrigation system, the timers, So the farm is automated now, so not worry about shutting off and here and there. And as a goal, pick I don't want to put
Right.
space. I have a little area left back. I say I want to put some honey and stuff like that, some bees, but I'm gonna get it clean and then just plant it up with some more fruit trees. Cause I ain't got no more space to plant, so I have to find space to plant. And it's a 5 acre farm, and I cut it up into lots and plots like in Newcastle. So I'm gonna label them plot one, plot two, and some of the plots are bigger, so I'm gonna divide them into two different watering systems. So and so that is the idea to pass on information, and this is something my uncle Mansa would love. So it will be Shabazz Aranex along with Mansa last stop, and the farm is at Cades Bay. So come out, come through. When you come, I want you to see the farm waits at now from a beginning stage, from cleaning with excavator and backhoe, and then fencing it properly and cutting up and putting the irrigation system. So from now till Christmas, every month, you'll see the different transformation of the farm. Because I don't plant over 150 coconut trees. I don't have a plot with with plantain, a plot with silk banana, a plot with the Lakatang bananas, and also then having two sets of sweet potatoes, two sets of melon, also okra, cucumber, bell peppers, seasoned peppers, tomatoes, cassavas, because two things man say always say, if you're serious about food security, you must have cassava in the ground and banana plant because those could be
Right.
processed into flour to make porridge, your bread, your puddings, soup, whatever it is, for a long time. So these are things that I always keep in the ground. Bananas be very important. So and they still have a lot of fruit trees, pomegranate the fruit in Havana, pomegranate, a lot of jujube, as I said, a lot of mango trees. This morning was counting some mango trees. I counted over 30 something mango trees. Yeah, you see what I'm saying to show you. So you show the man was doing some serious planting then, along with sugar apples.
Right.
If you have on sugar apples. So the idea is to keep his name and presence around because there, I mean, I mean, man to tell me everything. You understand? There was a lot of negativity of people, politicians, and PSAs trying to steal the land them under his foot and different stuff. And in present time, kind of people have this idea because we have passed and the farm was in a situation overgrown. People want help, but people want and see what you have established and want it. But the universe, as I tell you, and everyone hear me say, I don't worry about things. The universe always align things. So our the farm is up and running and in perfect condition. So the name will be living will live on forever. I'm guaranteed that
Yes,
once I have breath, I will
I.
make sure of that because I'm the person I am because he raised me and instilled all kind of stuff in me. So it's the right thing to do. I already have a sign up. You'll see his presence. I will start painting over the shop. The whole farm is cleaned up as you can. When you pass I mean the environment, you see the transformation right there. So you can come in, have your drink as usual, chill. It's the best area to chill on the island, right on the main road and right next to the seaside. So it's a beautiful thing. So once the last of doing the part when it comes to food security along with Shaba's Organic. And once is one farmer in
International
Nogana
spot.
has got food is yes, and is one farmer in Nogana has got food is that farm. You ain't got to worry about that.
Right.
So suppose I have one
Right.
coming in for next which I'm gonna be sending them my next virgin who been around me from long time to pass on the knowledge to. Big up Peter Edwards, you know what I mean? So definitely we'll have the Diana melon then, and then we'll have in the factor and have some sureness, the yellow one inside, and we selling wholesale to the general public. So poor people can get food to eat cheap and $5 bag. If you get some tomatoes, when they don't bag them out, tomatoes and cucumber mix, tomatoes and eggplant, okra, then I have sorrel, and I want to have sorrel up until next year, June, July. So I want to make sure keep everything in order.
Right.
And I don't use Gramax Zone, so I want my weed eater. Tomorrow I'm going to start weeding some tomatoes and bell peppers and stuff like that. And then next week I start. Because if I can put in 8 hours and 10 hours for a man and 15 hours, I can put in 24 for myself, you know. So
Right.
don't be surprised. So let me say it now, you know. I don't want no awards for no growing of your crop from agriculture. If I now give me money and cash when it come to awards, me not want it, you know. Me not go up on stage for award. So farming take money. Because when I understand money was moved from agriculture to put into cultural village for excitement. So excitement on going back, you know, and the food on the island, make if you check agriculture status for marketing. only three set of foods they got up there, sell cabbage. The next one be green banana. And the next one out of my head, I think I see breadfruit. No food on the island, nobody got no food. Everybody want to plant no because we no fall. You see me, I see how the ball see the place hot. Whenever the ball the place hot in the yas and in the sun me they work straight down, you know. Wet down all to my knee. When Marley see when you sing and you work, you all in the shoes you sweat. You see me to show you. Man, this a work. And the body behind with no
Yes,
wet.
sir.
No name sun hot. Just have your fluids and you keep yourself hydrated and you do your work. You see me to show you. So I'm not excuse to make for myself, so I'm not excuse from no man. So who want come and make excuse, whether he the PM or the Premier or the Minister of Agriculture, I'm not make excuse when it come to food. 'Cause I want to live out my life just planting food and brain food and herb. Ganja, that's all I want to live out my life and do. Plant food. You see me to show you. And make sure people have good food to eat because we have in a system where everybody dying from cancer and all these different diseases and the health department and all these things and the government since to COVID not pushing agriculture. You see, these guys know better, you know. So I ain't making excuse for people who went to school for 9 years and 10 years and 7 years. You put up the years these people who voted and said it, the smart and the this and that went to school for. But enslavers is not those who don't look like us, you know. Or enslavers is those who look like us because they think they went to good school and smarter than everybody else. You see? That is who enslavers. Them is who enslavers. You can see how the general public looking for reacting to independence and what goes on in the house and all this different stuff. I don't realize, you know, your son. Today, me and you go, you know, and tomorrow you turn politician. You end up in some boys club and get around some kind of friends that drink wine and eat cheese. All of a sudden, no, me can't get you, you know. Me can't get you. You see? You know, when I go back where you was, you know, I want to start talking. I say, boy, me been poor, you know. And I walk up and down barefoot like you ask them, I mean poor too. Or you been poor. Or you the poor no more.
Mm,
You see? Or
mm.
you mean you not give back there to the poorness. You see? So I don't listen attentively, you know, when I want people, I pay attention and don't even analyze you, you know. I mean, don't listen and see how you speak to people and tell you in front of your face. If you screw me over, you understand? It is what it is because I expect you to screw me over. You see me to show you because that's the reality. Kamal is saying, no, never let a politician grant your favor, brethren, because something that you can't pay off. You know, a lot of people in our society
Right?
love to control people, and people need to leave their children and stop letting the children go to these different these different groups around here. Because when you have doctors and lawyers and all these different alphabet to their names, be around the children and entrust them with the children. Me, you not go around them people, the brethren. When me see you got on these kind of things, I feel I know you have to know good. Liars, preachers, politicians, scumbags, they're not good. Me not about it up for them. They're not good. You can see it in front of face, brethren. We spend out $200
Yeah,
million worth of food every day, you know.
Marley also say he felt like bombing at church and after he find out that the preacher is lying.
Preacher a lie, but you make people work hard to them, make them turn off and know what they show no more. We can't believe in the preacher. You see?
But
You make a lot
that's
out
what
now.
Marley said. Bob Marley said he feel like bombing a church because he know that the preacher is lying. So as you quoted Bob
Well,
Marley,
preacher
I'm
lie
just
all the
quoting Bob
time.
Marley the same way.
Your son, go give them
Banky,
a whole
this this is part of what we have to deal with. We are dealing with the fact that a lot of these people who we looked up to over the years have lied to us. Some
mm-hmm.
have lied without really knowing any better, and some know better and have continued over the years to perpetuate the lies. And coupled with that, they use a reverse psychology that make us who employ them feel that they are the employers and they're the bosses.
Of
And these
course.
are some of the games that are being played, and us as a people are not holding these people accountable. We are not being responsible. We are allowing them to do that which we see and say that they're doing, divide and rule, and we still allow them to do it and be successful at it. So sometimes I cannot blame them to some extent, because if I know that a game is being played and I know I understand the game and I know the rules of the game and I know what I need to do in order to win, but yet I ain't doing it, then how can I blame the other players who understand the game the same way and playing their role? Because that's the thing, them man playing their role, It's for us now as a
Cool.
people now to understand our roles and to play our roles. And this is part and parcel of some of the issues that I find is happening in our society right now. And, is it in the media a lot right now, to the point where even the AG had to come and speak out about certain things that's happening on social media and all that. But, you know, part of that whole issue, Banky, stems from the fact that the people who we hire who are working for us are not consulting with us, one, and are not properly reporting to us, two. And so as a result, you're left to guess and wonder when things happen now. That's why somebody gonna say, well, okay, so this happened because they hear this or they hear that, because they were not presented with the facts before. So I like this issue, for example, with the CXC issue and so on, right? Um,
What
with
happened to
all this going
CXC?
on, we,
What
we,
happened to
we haven't
CXC?
heard.
For those who don't know. Uh-huh.
From what I'm gathering is that there seemingly are some delays in some reports, the passes. So there are some
The
subjects that
maths
are
and
that
English.
are, that are being back and considered and graded. Now I'm not certain which subjects they
Mm-hmm.
are, but there are some ungraded
Okay.
issues, and then there were some issues in the media where people were saying, "Oh, the government didn't pay for the subjects, and that's why," and so on. And so then you have people coming out to try to discredit that and say that is not the fact. This is what happened, and then So what I'm saying, but at the end of the day, we haven't really heard properly from the Ministry of Education, which I think should be the agency that would come out and shed some light on the issue, so that instead of having people guessing and wondering, and this is why I'm saying
Yes.
the responsibility for these people to be accountable. And then when you find that they are not being accountable and they're not reporting to you and they're not consulting with you, when you do your job now, you are being ridiculed and treated as if like you're the bad guy, when all you're doing is coming to check on the people who you hire. It's like, Banky, I hire you to build my house. Yeah, you're the contractor, me and a contractor, but based on maybe certain things I see you doing, I have the right, because I'm paying you, I have the right to ask you, well, Banky, well, I see you doing X. I thought the
Of
plan
course.
said this, and I thought this is what we said we're going to do, but I see you doing Y now. Well, give me an
Mm-hmm.
explanation for that. You tell me, by mind your own business, you ain't you're a contractor? So no, it don't work so. And these are the things that we as a people need to understand, that the reality is, it is our taxes who are paying these guys. We elect them to represent us. The things that they are saying that they're doing for us, they're using our taxes to do those same things. And they say that they're doing it for us. So if you're doing it for us, well, you don't need to come and consult with the people who you say you're doing it for. The problem is, no, they go and do these things without consulting with us, make decisions without consulting with us. And then after they make these decisions and maybe things don't work out, then they come back to us to tax us and tell us, well, we need to tax you some more money, we need to get some, because whether it's overspending, bad spending, whatever issues, what I mean, maybe. And this is what the crux of the matter is, in terms of us as a people, making sure that our employees understand that they're employees of the state and they are our employees, and we have the right to challenge them in their capacity of the seat that they hold. It's not about their personal life. It's your job. Your job, you're taking our taxes, however little it is, even if it's 10 cents, my taxes are. It is going to pay your salary and the other civil servants, and to do whatever infrastructural work and other education. We are paying you. We have the right to ask you question when you're going to do something on behalf of us. We have the right to demand that you come to us and let us know what you plan to do. Then we could give you some feedback. You could still choose to do what you're gonna do in the bank because you're the contractor still, and you know the work better than me. But at the end of the day,
Yes. It's better
when
to
we
ask
had a
questions.
discussion and I gave you some ideas, and then I have to
Kind
do
of
breaking
breaking
because
up
I know
your
I would have
son.
told you already by now.
You're
Yeah,
freezing a
really,
little
isn't
bit,
that?
eh? Yeah. So,
Yeah, it look like I
but as we're going
realizing
along
that
with that,
now.
what you're talking about wasn't and the Wednesday before Independence, I one those days. These guys they went into the house to pass some bills. Did they pass a bill stating where you're just going to be judged by a judge and not a juror no more? Is was something like that was passed from my understanding? You can hear me, Yasun? Are you still freeze up? Yasun seems to have some technical difficulties there, but I know there it seemed to be said I hear Chesley Hamilton on a radio show spoke about what went on in the house, but I find that strange that there wasn't. I'm not sure anyone objected if when they had parliament, if members from navies went down, all these politicians, everybody just agreed that they're gonna cancel out the jury part and just go along with just you will just be judged by a judge. I just really don't understand it because you can't trust a judge when all of them are part of the same bias cloud. You see what I'm show you, you really just can't trust them. These things are by design. And when if these things are done like this and people and nobody and not no we call it public consultation when it come to if the people want this thing changed to be judged by a judge itself, uh, what the choice is you just outrule the part of going with a jury and you want to just give me a judge. Well, lie and judge a friend. You see me to show you and lie and judge in the same bias scout club together. Bias and I people in the same bias club. Like you want a man in a your son, so we can't be a part of bias club, you know. But me realize like you own a man. You see me to show you. And then so me not understand them things there. You see me? But these are the things politicians don't care about you, you know, and me, you know. So I me understand that. So even if they try to be fair, me as talk to me, I know they only out for no good. So me always watching them sharp. Because me don't beg. That one thing. There ain't nothing a man want that I have. Because I'm a very content person because I was raised by a single man who instill things in us. No go people place. So me never like people place yet. Even people invite me for the place, let me no go. I have what I want in my place. And when we there people place, you have to walk staff. And you understand? I go my virgin in place, I go with myself. Me not look friend. If me run you, me not no friend. You see me to show you. My friend them is half of one hand, you know. Me, no, me get along with you, but me and my lad. So my mother raised us. So we are no fool. Even if you see me and me go along, me paying attention. We in an environment where these people have their at least alphabet people passing tests. And you can see people see Attorney General and Timothy and all these different politicians and all this, and the radio start to hyperventilate and themselves and start. Of course, these men curse each other in a virgin. You see women upon curse each other. You see something wrong with man every day and radio curse each other. Something wrong with them is female tendencies virgin. And me supposed to support them things there. Me not support that. Me not support no politician, no political party. Me support the poor people. That me support politicians up to no good. And if people not see these things now, no matter with this family of PLP, you could see this to open. It's time for new
But Banky, but
political
that's what
change,
I'm
Rosemary.
saying.
New parties. The people need to rise and get and control of their government and get rid of all these parties that exist. It's just like the
But
Democrat
Banky,
and the Republican, they all in the same boat. With them, all of them.
exactly,
That's what
it's
me see, and that's what me push.
two wings and
All,
one
all, all,
bird.
all,
Two
all of
wings.
them. All of them.
two wings
Check the
and one
beat. Check it out.
bird.
Forget about
You know,
them.
you see, Banky,
They ready yet?
this is what I've been saying. This is what I've been saying, you know, Banky. We are not playing the part that we should be playing in the game. And these guys are playing the they know their part, and their part is the divide and rule and conquer. And
Of
they're
course.
being very effective at that. Now, if we
Okay.
who are the employers recognize that and are not seeking to play our part by coming together on the issues and not allow them to distract us from dealing with the issues of national interests versus the little petty parties and, as you say, cussing and, you know what I mean, using that to continue to divide the people
Of course. Of
until
course.
we begin to
Benefit
realize that
them.
there's issues that affect all of us. And at the end of the day, you know, and this is why I keep saying a lot of people say, oh, well, it's just a campaign, a political campaign. But I find it very disrespectful to use as a campaign slogan. I could understand if somebody said, you know, to refer to a couple of statements and so on. But when you're going to use ignore the noise as a campaign slogan, it is very disrespectful because you are not there elected to represent only the people who vote for you and the people who you think support you. You are there to represent everybody, even those who don't support you.
Yeah, son.
So
Can you see the comments them?
at the end
No?
of the day, yeah, some of them, yeah. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
your
We run through the
taxes,
comments as we go
all of
along.
our all of our taxes, whether you vote for the government or not, supports the salaries of the government and the civil servants and all of the other things that they are going to do. And all of the things that they are going to do, whether um, they consult with you or not, will affect you because they're not doing things just for the supporters and just for um, who they think vote for them. When they make decisions, the decisions are made to affect everybody in the country. And that is why you're supposed to consult with everybody and you're supposed to listen to everybody, and everybody have a right to challenge you and question you based on
Oh,
the
yeah,
work
son.
that you
No,
are
no,
doing.
no, yeah, son. That's not true. You cannot get to the general say you're going to take for your phone and let the police lock you up and wherever and get in your phone and wherever and wherever and wherever because they feel
For
threatened.
asking some
So,
questions in regards to the job that you are paid to
yes,
do, that I'm paying you to do.
well, it seemed
No,
like he was defending, he was defending your colleagues. He was defending one of his colleagues, and then he come out with a
no,
so-called
Banky,
apology.
Banky.
Uh-huh.
I don't have a problem with. Let me fix that. Let me fix that. Because I was gonna say I don't have a problem with what
Yeah,
he said.
a lot of things I
Um,
have to.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with addressing, um, dealing with, you know, things that like the blatant accusations and, I mean, you know, threats and all of these kind of things. And so I don't, you know, condone those kind of things. However, in regards to questioning the stewardship, you know, questioning policies, questioning decisions that were made without even consulting with me and so on, I I I um I think, you know, we should and always have that right to challenge them without being given the disrespectful connotation of ignore the noise, and using it as a slogan, as a campaign slogan, when you're referring to the same people who are paying your salary, whether they vote for you, yes or not. And so that's part of what I am saying. You get in the position by those who voted for you and maybe who you think support you. However, when you take on the responsibility, your responsibility is not just for those who vote for you and who you think support you. Your responsibility is still for all of the people because all of the people paying taxes. And so to
That ain't
disrespect
true.
someone, say
That
ignore the
ain't true.
noise, then
Son, that ain't true.
then
And you know that ain't true.
that is a total and blatant disrespect. And that's why I would never support that slogan as a campaign slogan. As I say, if you want to talk to somebody and you want to say, oh yeah, speak to the hand or ignore it, yeah, I could understand using in that kind of context. But to tell me you're going to use that as a campaign for who paying you, anyway, a lot of things
That's
happening in
one.
the Federation that is very interesting.
2025, right?
Uh-huh.
Think in agriculture, I want to big up the PS Miguel, where over 30,000 pineapple farmers from Navis benefiting. I myself get 500 and 500 and share them and share some, you know what I mean, with a few farmers and stuff like that. And if you want 1,000 and other, I'll give contacts to other people, other farmers also. Not just it could be backyard farming. The resources is there to help at the same and stuff like that. I don't understand. I'm in Navy's agriculture. They can't get some of the same resources that is in sync. It's a collaborative effort. It's supposed to be a national agenda going on. You don't hear the minister of Navy speaking about the 2025 agenda. You just don't hear speak about it at all. And
Well,
these are
that
resources
speaks
that
to a
is
whole other
there,
that speaks to a whole other issue
that is
and a
there to
whole where
benefit.
Nevis is concerned, Banky.
Of course,
Because do you hear
when
from
yes,
any other minister and Nevis other than the Premier? You hardly hear anything from any other minister on the island, whether it's the Minister of
well, this
Agriculture,
is
the
a
Minister
serious
of Health, the
agenda.
Minister of
The,
the only thing you really hear, the Premier speaks for all of these ministry in his press conference, and that's the only other time other than on his private radio show when some are allowed to be there or call in, and social media. We don't
but
hear from these ministers no reports like on St. Kitts. There are times when the Prime Minister would have his press conference and he would have his other ministers there to answer questions and so on the platform. We don't seem to have that same thing happening over here. Um,
yeah, but
I
you have
hear
to
big up the
the Minister
PS.
of Agriculture. The Minister of Agriculture usually hosts the premier shows when the premier can be on the shows many times. You know, and up to we lead up to Culturama and different times the show leading the show. So you can't tell me, and at the same time you still move allegedly, well move well it's supposed to be facts because it was said that money was moved from agriculture to develop the village for Culturama. I don't when all these different stuff should be budgeted for already. I don't see how kind of so it shows the seriousness why the poultry farm is not going to be moved, why agriculture is just
And
put
what he said. In
on
that
a you see?
and that's what he said. No, I got me got to go defend my premier in a lot of things tonight. But he said that
Well,
the
different we
money
have to
move on. He did not say that the money move
where the money move
culture.
from.
What he said when he was
Mm,
explaining the breakdown of the expenditure for different departments, he said that the
mm-hmm,
high total that is attributed to agriculture is mostly
mm-hmm,
due to the fact that that means responsible for the venues. Now, whether you want to talk about agriculture or public works should have been responsible for the
mm-hmm.
venue, that's a different conversation. But what he
Well, the PS,
but that is how
the PS
that
for
is how
agri,
he
the
had
same
put it.
PS, the same PS for the same Minister of Agriculture. PS, the PS of Agriculture have to say now from wherever what going on up there say in the complex. That's what me know.
That's what
At the same,
we-
yes,
exactly. That's what I tell you. So that's how come I tell
yes.
you whether or not you feel like that should have been an agricultural responsibility or a public works responsibility. That's a different conversation. But he
Well, the
basically
minister
saying,
himself, no, well, is the minister call? The minister choose could have put somebody else to run
um,
that project instead of the PS himself.
the thing what I would support you in is that when if you are looking at agriculture and the
Mm-hmm,
premier tell you that most of the expenditure for the year gone into doing venues for
mm-hmm,
Culturama and not nothing with the broiler industry,
Yes.
nothing with bringing in some animals.
Oh.
Nothing with no training for nobody. That is something what would disappoint you, and that is something what would show you like where the priority is within agriculture. So that's a disappointing thing. I can't run from the bad, but I
I
just
mean, I
been
see the
try to
broiler
tell
farm
you.
up to now, but there's a machinery there to process the broiler and stuff like that. I know, you know, process ghost chicken or whatever it is. You see what I mean? Can you buy the machinery? You have the video going around. I myself was showing the video that they built up the abattoir, the processing plant and stuff like that. You see what I mean? So when it comes to agriculture, as I say, I grew up in an agriculture background. I work with Kinsley, who still go by Kinsley up in Codacol, and I with my uncle Manson Bueno. So I always see it as a business. So those who go and study it, I'm not impressed, especially those with the PhDs and whoever and use the highfalutin words and I mean nothing.
Okay, okay,
Because then,
hold on,
yeah,
because this I have several beefs with I, you know. I was listening to the
me
show,
not
you
have a
know, don't got
problem.
and this is one of them I pick up. So I would like to hear why it is you discredit people who have further education. Go ahead, I'm willing
That
to
they could
hear you.
pass tests. Many can pass tests, but they can't perform. And I don't go pass. I'm not good at memorizing. I know people who got five different degrees in different areas. And so we got to good at passing tests. Nothing is wrong with that. But remember, who built the pyramids and who built the churches that I say around here and all them different mills around here. You see what I'm saying? Is knowledge that passed down from generational. So this concept,
Um,
we
uh,
build, nothing wrong with universities, you know, I mean, I have a problem with these things in the virgin.
but
I have an issue with that.
but Rasta, I would also say
Yeah.
that the persons who built the internet that we are on able to
Yes.
access each other from thousands of
Of
miles
course.
away and project our image and our voice out there. They are also persons who had some kind of expertise. I
Training.
I
Training.
I I I, I, I I feel like because you are kind of a self-taught expert in a field that you're kind of disregarding and
No.
lumping
No,
in
no, 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 no,
person.
no, no.
Rasta, you
No.
need
You're wrong.
what? Here's what I will encourage you to do. I will
Yes.
encourage you to listen back to this broadcast, listen to the
Mm-hmm.
tone of voice that you speak about these people with, and listen to what you say about them. And think about
But listen to, okay.
if and think about if somebody was saying that about
Yes.
somebody who don't have it. Just I me not tell you
Virgin,
nothing, nothing
look
else
how,
what me say.
no, no, no.
Just
You
reflect
say,
back.
no. But look, the attorney general just, I went to, had a fit the other day. He's supposed to be a brilliant person, you know. So you think he didn't, what he going to do? When they went in the house, all of them went in the house, you think that wasn't act, is premeditated? All those things are
I I
premeditated.
I
These guys are
he
wise guys, you know.
okay.
Me, I want people who don't act like that, but most of them who used to act like they just being themselves, you know, so me not vex
I,
with them, you know.
I would like to ask a question.
Yeah, at least.
Do you think that persons who obtain further education
Mm-hmm.
are more perfect human beings than persons who have not obtained further education? Do you
They
think
act
that
so. Most of them act so.
no Rasta, you see how you see how we
Ask
putting
me a
in
question. I say most of them act
um
so.
uh your son you're the referee on that one, yeah.
It's like as if
Yeah,
Is
they're
that a
yeah.
just doing,
i-
they're doing it
The moderator,
in
me
front
the
of the public,
moderator.
even to us.
is
But
that
act
a
in
straight
public, even to us.
is that a straight answer for him to tell me about how they act? I'm not asking him to
Act
infer.
is what you're
How they
doing, you know.
act.
They do it to
No,
behave like that.
I'm
No, but that ain't what he
no,
asked
no,
You
me.
want to
no,
hear
no,
yes?
no, no.
You want to hear
My
yes or no
question to
answer?
my question, no, my question to you is: do you feel like these people who
Not
obtain
fit.
degrees or whatever are somehow
Yes.
better than you? they are supposed to have more
In
command
their
of
mind,
their
they do. In their mind,
emotions.
they do. In their
No,
mind. The
you
behavior show
see.
it, brethren. Of course they do.
Yeah, but he not asking why
well,
you're not
hold
their
it,
mind. He
brethren.
asking you
Uh,
about you and how
uh,
you feel. How you
you,
feel if
It
you
doesn't
think
bother
so.
me. But it doesn't bother
right?
me. It doesn't bother
No,
me
no. I'm not. You
personally.
see what, Rasta? Once again, let me just
Yes.
carry real conversation, no man.
Have it.
So
Me know
so
why.
I
Me
understand
know.
I understand what
Okay.
Alan is asking. So Alan, so let okay. The reality is no. How society are the expectations that society have of those persons who are more qualified and who would have gone through the big name schools and universities and so on. The expectations and how our people have been molded to look up to these people, put them in a position where they may tend to feel so and or act so and are given the respect so. So you would find, let's use a typical field that might not necessarily be one of whether it's a lawyer, doctor, or whatever, but even a mechanic. Now we might have
Mm-hmm.
a boss mechanic here, like a man like doctor. I mean, over big hill,
Of
boss could
course.
fix almost anything,
Yeah.
right?
Aptitude,
And you have
Wonderman.
Noel and the man, who I don't think really went to any
Sorry.
serious university and
No.
so on to study mechanics. But then you could put these guys and match up, and maybe they even supersede some men who went out and
Of course.
qualified and have the training. So and in contract, you find that in construction maybe and carpentry and so
Of
on and
course.
so on. Some
Definitely.
people who are self-taught, but that to answer that part of the question where you're saying if I feel like they are better, no, and they are not. Um, However, like I said, based on the kind of system structure that we have in societal hierarchy and so on, the same way a person stop out of school with 9, 10, 12 subject is looked upon more than the person who step out with none.
I I
And the
I,
person
I
who step out
understand.
with none, yeah, go ahead.
I understand that. Listen, cause I remember me and artist, so I feel like me going in this direction, but at the next direction we really going. Me not even really being want to stress on this, because
No, no, no.
my
I just
be-
wanted
be-
to
No,
respond to.
that is good. That is good conversation, Alan. That people listening, so we have to have touch different stuff. That is, we just talking about different things, so people
no.
listening.
Well, then, because here what happens in conversation.
Yes.
If I'm not going in that direction where you're going,
Mm-hmm.
so for example, I wanna go Trinidad. You tell me, well, we gonna. I tell you I wanna go Trinidad. Obviously, I need to go so. No,
Yes.
me not say that you not got good intention, but I just saying at the next direction me going. And me not
Of
even gonna
course.
be with
Got
what
you.
what the rest of man say. But what I'm trying to, my greater point is this: because they are not better, it is
Yes.
possible that as a human being, the Attorney General could have a bad day. Is that possible?
Of course. Of course. Of
And it,
course.
Right,
Of
right.
course. Of course.
and and we got definite evidence that the Attorney General will
Of
say
course.
something stupid. We know
Of
this.
course. It too often.
N- Oh, well, and
Well,
there are
it too often. Too
no, there are
often, brethren. You are professional. You're gonna go and solve your high house, then you come back and apologize. I think you like to test the waters of the people temperament where you could get to it.
where
These
I
people are
want to
wise guys, no
apologize.
virgin.
I
But you know, an apology with
you,
the but and the if. If you
no,
apologize sincerely,
you
you
see
are the
the
if
thing
and button.
you see the thing where you
It's
keep on stressing, Master Man. You're telling me
wow.
because he obtained a particular standing and education. You're telling me this man is a wise man. No, I would
Well,
tell
ask
you.
it. Well, you know wise. You think he will say
eh,
he wise? You think he will say
and
wise?
and Rasta,
Yes.
This is a way how I really a lot of people does live their life like us. You know, I don't really believe in what nobody tell me. Me know how
Yes.
you the roll pan things, you know. Me not really believe in what nobody tell me. I take
Nothing
it
wrong with
as
that. That is
it,
fine. You just listen. That's it.
well,
Of course.
no, well, let me show with that. No, so if I tell you already, I don't
Mm-hmm.
believe what nobody tell me. If me ask you, especially if me ask you something obvious, you feel like
Yes.
you're smart, you gonna tell me, yeah. I am not going to
But
take
you're not,
that as
of
nothing.
course.
I'm gonna
Of
look at
course.
the actions where you're taking
That's it.
as a man, and then I'm gonna say, well, this person has exhibited to me that they do in fact have some kind of wisdom. So so you telling me that he gonna say that he's smart? That don't mean nothing. You hear what going on, right? He almost sound
Yes.
like I say you're a liar, you know? Cause you advocate for he, you know everything maybe he's supposed to say. Me try, me watch he, and me give you
Yes.
me opinion of he, and that's it.
Of course.
And
Mm-hmm.
me never got to apologize because I'm gonna try to be fair to the brother. The one thing I have to apologize for is when he was announced as the AG. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
but this is a smart man. This is a man who I mean well. This is a man
So
who
why you
I
say that?
have been to.
So why you say he's a smart man? So where you come to the conclusion he's a smart man?
From people who I spoke with who been in the room and know his mind and how he does things. I know he is academically intelligent. You understand? And
Right.
I also
Yes.
know he well meaning. He take part in competitions and he do things
Yes.
will show you this is an intelligent person. And he had always seemed like he was gonna end up in politics. So I was for this thing.
Yes. So why he
And
get his
even when he,
outburst?
well, that's the thing what I telling you I got to
And that is
apologize for.
nature. That is nature.
Even when he had the thing with the social security, me still kind of, I was like, listen, from now on, you got to be low. You
Mm-hmm.
can. My biggest problem with well, I got a couple of problems. One of the problems is this, Mr. Wilkin, you don't want to step up in the hot seat. And it's the same thing I said the other week. Ain't got no local lawyer who decide I want to be the DPP. He want to be the AG. He want to go cabinet meeting. That's what he want to deal with politics. You check it out.
Yes.
He really and truly, he really and truly could have go be the DPP, which is independent. You ain't even controlled
Of course.
by the prime
Why
minister,
not?
and
Yes.
he could have be a tough on crime DPP and really start to try to make inroads in them kind of way. He don't want to do that.
So what? So what?
If he,
So why you think? Why you think he would make a difference as the DPP? Why would you think he would make a difference as the DPP? Why would you? Why you give him that much credit?
no, anybody who wanna make a difference when it come to crime
Yes.
got to deal with the DPP. The DPP is the
So
chief
why it's so hard
prosecutor.
for a local person to get? So why is that? So why is it so hard for a local lawyer to want that, to don't want to hold that position then?
And somebody got a lot of feedback. I mean, no, but
Yes, yes, on that yo.
um,
Feedback.
yeah,
Uh, good now.
yeah, you gotta know. Anyway,
All right.
um, I don't know about why anybody don't want why it's not an attractive position. But
Uh,
over the years, from my observation, the DPP is always somebody from foreign.
Yeah, but why would you want somebody from foreign to be your DPP and they don't know
I
nothing
guess
about
it's
your?
not.
You understand?
I guess they're not making it attractive enough.
So
But
what do you mean? Did you
my thing
pay?
is,
Got to bring somebody from overseas. You got to put them up and all these different stuff.
yeah,
So you got to be pay them a whole heap of money. And they
I
just
feel like
just don't
them.
want to deal with a lot of Huh?
I feel like maybe they should add on the money upon the salary. Makes sense. If you want a local person, add on all of that there upon the salary.
So,
If you're willing to pay for somebody who ain't from here, why not just add it on?
yeah,
You're gonna go pay it anyway.
well, that's the whole point. So you pay somebody
Mm-hmm.
outside more than pay people here less.
Mm-hmm. So
Give them the same
so
perk.
he
I got you.
so my problem with the age, is the age you're talking about a lot of things about what they're gonna send police for. But the AG is
Mm-hmm.
not the DPP. The AG is the AG. He could go in there and he responsible basically for drafting the laws and advising the government. So
Who
he
did he
could go
say
in there.
instruct already? Who did he say he instruct already to get them all information? The police and who else?
I don't know nothing about
And
nobody what he
he
instruct.
said he
I was
instruct the same voice note said he already instruct the police and whoever else to whatever so they'll get your phone and all this stuff. They might say just so he don't instruct
um
police to lock you up if you smoke.
no
He just instruct
I
you
know
don't
he
realize
had
it?
said that I know how he had said so in a kind of way how I had get it of like he was
In a
informing the
way.
public. He was informing the public of the fact that they could take away your phone and
They
these
already
types of
instruct
situations.
he would instruct them. But I think he just being himself. So I don't just and I think because in the house they can say what they want and get away with it. They don't they make themselves happy shows and think that they're in a bar shop. So you understand? So they're allowed to set things where they can get away with it.
Y- Rasta, this is where you confuse me. You just tell me that the man and them wise.
Well, yeah. So the why? So these things are premeditated. They're just testing to see how the general public will respond, and then they go home. They can know they know we're talking about this, and they're just laughing and drinking pan some expensive wine or cognac or whatever them whether they drink from
Because at
name
the
or
end of the
whatever
day,
Salmon. They know them do.
because at the end of the day,
You know them
the
do.
people, the masses are divided, and so
That's
we
it.
can do whatever we want to
That's
do at the
it.
end of the day, and
And get with it.
the people
So
would just act upon it.
okay, so yeah, son. I mean, you just hit me with the divided talk. What strategies you think could work to unite the people more? How you think that would look?
It really needs to start from. I think we would probably need to go back to those days, even though I was not in those days, based on what I know
Listen,
now.
hold on. Before you start, uh, uh, you could use a those days principle or even example, but it must be able and realistic to work in 2025. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was as I was saying, I was not necessarily in those times in the school system, but I would have heard of those times, and I could see the values of such things in these times, the reimplementation of things like civics from pretty early in the system, so that our people have a better idea of governance and the system that they operate in. And well, I know in social studies curriculum, which is a subject that is not a compulsory subject either, but within the social studies component of the CXC, if you are afforded the opportunity, if you opt to do that subject, you do get exposure to different types of governments and different types of systems, and learning about all of these different things. So you kind of would have a little bit of that because it is stipulated in the curriculum for that specific subject. But I think things like these need to be done more. We need to engage a lot more the youth in debates, so we can start them early in terms of learning to deal with conflict resolutions, and also keeping some of these topics that sometimes we think should be debated or should be discussed but are not necessarily brought to the table. But if we could utilize whether it's from primary school up to high school, not just wait until you have the literary debate in society practices and the literary week and so on, but you have debates on some of these topics, even like whether you think we should move to becoming a republic. Um, what kind of if we do, what kind of president should we have? Just a ceremonial president or an executive president? Um, the issue of the what topical issues that I think could and should be debated to help make our people become more aware of the system that they operate and function in and their responsibilities as citizens, even though they are then supporters of maybe separate parties. However, they should know when to, they should learn as a part of this, when to be partisan in your practice and when to be able to come together on issues that are of national interest and also to take on the responsibility of seeking to have consultation, making sure that these people who you hire to work for you consult with you and report to you more regularly. If we were supposed to have some of these things happening, Alan, we would not have a lot of these issues that we have in. Because if we had people, if information was much more forthcoming, we wouldn't have a lot of people having to guess and
Okay.
put out information that they then say is false information and so on.
And now fight it, right? But remember the scope of the question. I'll ask you is what you would do. You see the people divided. What you would do, bring them back together. Um,
So,
Banky, you
so I
got any
highlighted education. I went through what I think needs to be done, starting from as early as that generation. Because if we don't start to do that from then, we're going to continue to have a population like this who is just tricked into the divide and rule and, distractions and petty cussing and so on. And then the real issues are not brought to the table. And when they're not brought to the table, decisions are still going to continue to be made without consulting with you, and it is you who they're supposed to be done on behalf of. And at the end of the day, we sit back and we just cuss and argue and then know that this is what y'all are going to do. So if I'm playing a
Alan,
game and I know my part and I know what you're going to do because you're not doing your part, well, I go continue play my game and win my game and leave you.
but she, when I was in fifth farm, right?
yes.
Throughout high school, they tend to always put him in place. I played the innkeeper in '92 and so on, and then they put me to play Bracha. Then David, I think David play John Campton, and James play Visi Bird, or one of them guys and so forth. And them times in the '90s, we used to Independence Parade. Them times come up like March from done by the cinema. You remember those days, yeah, son? I never, I'm never know if
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
I have pictures and stuff like that. And so we'll go up in the complex and we'll talk. And so my skit was to say they say, "Oh, you look like a bracha." So I would want to remember who the person was who gave me that line to write. My part was to go on stage and say, "I'm gonna give you bone in your rice and pepper in your soup." But so I asked my mother when I get there, well, did this say this? So she will say, "Well, let's say it says so." But nobody can show no evidence that the man said this. You put me to say something that you know, not proof to divide. So we still have this generational division amongst us politics wise, even if it's just to be said as a that is like a legend, you just make it up and you just use it. And I'm one like to have discussion with single people because when you talk to single people and realize the majority of single people usually have is from Nevis, and it is strange how and I understand the politics from way back then and how the politics, but at the same time the division that I spoke to and speak to about in Bracha times. They speak very well of Bracha. You'll find some might say, well, these things, you understand, but the majority speak well of Bracha when it comes to the land and different stuff. But so when it comes to politics wise, they'll always, oh, Lewis will send over this, but would not say, well, he will send over tractor to plow land and different stuff. People always find the negative part that they want because you can find when they had the federation in the 60s with all these big Caribbean countries. Well, why would these big Caribbean countries allow a small island person to be the finance person? That speaks a lot. You see what I mean? That speaks a lot to see why would they make him to be the finance person. You understand?
But
But bringing
Banky,
the people
but
together
Banky, you
is a mental thing, eh? So I don't know if the people can
see,
ever come together. I
you
really
see,
don't know. Different.
it's a interesting scenario, right, Banky?
So
Because
wait, hold on. 'Cause
uh
I've been my so Banky, you're saying that is a
Yes.
last card. You don't have
Or unless the
you
people
say
really want, it's up to the people, you know. You see how it's up to the people if
listen.
they want.
I,
It's like a
I,
last call to
I,
me.
okay, so you're done. Okay, yes
Yes.
sir. Go ahead.
okay, so for me, you know, when I analyze a lot of what's going on, right? Um, I am seeing that revolutionary spirit, that Marcus Garvey spirit, that Buckley Poison spirit, that spirit of people who were proud of themselves, proud of their heritage, proud of who they were. Um, we have seemingly gone way much farther than that, and far from that. And part of that is intentionally done, and you can see some of it playing out right now in a farm with this independence celebration that we had, and we have over the years to some extent too. Um, we don't take the time out to teach our people about the history of our people, and we are celebrating independence. And for the whole independence celebration, yeah, hear people about party and fete and all these different activities. But how much was done in terms of even talking about the 5 national heroes that we have, in terms of giving some historical accounts and who these people were, what were their contributions, how their contributions helped to the development of St. Kitts and Nevis to get St. Kitts and Nevis where they are. Um, so so a majority of the people like Nevis, I hear up to last week on another radio program, one of the ministers on Nevis was speaking, and he said that, and the panel allowed that politician to get away with saying that the lone national hero on Nevis is Simeon Daniel, and that is not true, because Joseph N. France is a Nevisian, and Joseph N. France is also a national hero. Now it shows how much we don't know about our history, and to some extent maybe don't care because of some of these things that you talk about, Bank, in terms of the divisions that was created in terms of the political history. So Labour, Labour and St. Kitts was given this kind of um, stigma because of this born in your rice and pepper in your soup thing, and Mr. Neil France, sorry, Mr. France, Joseph N. France, was a member of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. So he was born in Nevis, left when he was about 13, went to St. Kitts. He made all of his contributions on St. Kitts. However, it is in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, one of the longest standing politicians in the history of St. Kitts and Nevis. The man was just not losing. He won until I think when he passed away. I mean, he was just winning, 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 representing health, representing education, and representing social welfare within that time. However, we are not taking the time out to know ourselves. And what I was saying, CCM ain't gonna really point out so much about the national heroes and heroes because that would be to some extent promoting NRP from their perspective, because they will have to be talking about all of these prominent members who were a part of the NRP party.
But
So you find that kind of
why
thing,
would you say that?
so they're pushing
Why
that.
you asking?
And then on St. Kitts, hold on, on St. Kitts, even though Joseph Nathaniel France is born on the same day with Bracha, because Joseph in France and Bracha born on the 16th of September, you know. But he was from Nevis. So as a Nevis man, he still not get that kind of push and sing kicks. Bracha, you might say, would have been more prominent because he was with Timmy and so on. But when you look at the history of when you look at the history of Mr. France and his contribution, you wonder, well, why
Organization
is he not
DeTopiks, where
given
you from?
also more recognition? No, that ain't me. I think
From
he's on your side, Banky.
this side.
What type of noise is it?
Yeah, I don't know what's
The
going
moment.
on on Banky side. I think he's on Banky side. But anyway, so yeah, so um the contributions of these people, we are not necessarily um equipped to deal with that, because also when we look back at the history, if these leaders are supposed to be promoting the struggle for independence, it means that they will be supporting the revolution. It means that they'll be supporting the people who are totally against the people who they play allegiance to. And so that's why you find things like the Buckley's uprising and so on is not necessarily things that the people who still wish to continue the Westminster style governance and the plantocracy style governance, where they could continue with this and the status quo benefits them and their cronies continues, they will want to continue to perpetuate that, because talking about that struggle, the real struggle for the true struggle for independence, and then when, if and when these kind of discussions are had, then is when we would have a stronger push for becoming a republic, because then you will see the need for really in 2024 not having to play allegiance to King Charles, which is still to me madness, but I guess to some they don't see it that way, because you still the argument is, well, you still benefit from being on the Commonwealth, and you benefit from Privy Council, and you, all of these little petty little trinkets that is utilized for us to stay under a struggle that we're supposed to be independent from, because the reality is that is what our independence struggle was all about, you know? And so the next step in that true independence is to become a republic. We would have heard the prime minister, I think very early in his um, reign, when he got in as prime minister, I think there was some function in England. I don't remember if it was the coronation of Charles or if it was the passing of Queen Elizabeth, but I remember at that point he said that he would want to have St. Kitts and Nevis become a republic under his tenure. Um, since then, I have not heard anything, and I have not even heard any debate or any discussion or anything along that line. And I'm saying that these are some of the things, are some of the reasons that keep us back from doing some of the things that we should be doing. So that historical account, and then in terms of the politics, um, some people ain't gonna want to promote. So, I mean, Simmons is alive. Let's look at that as an example. Simmons is alive. He's a living national hero. How much was done and is done even within this independence to talk about the contributions of Simmons and what he did, and you know what I mean, whatever. It's gonna mean now Labour promoting PAM. And so these are the kind of
That's
games
all.
that are being played, right? And at the same time, we the masses suffer. And so what I'm saying, these are things that as a people, we need to speak out and look out to address, because these are national issues and has nothing really to do with the partisan party politics.
You want to check on the comments? Like, we'll get you some of the comments before we continue. And while we get at it,
Um,
A1 Farms
you
and
ain't,
Market
you ain't got much,
comments
you ain't got much
or
comments here.
whatever
You
is
got
there. No?
Lauret Wharton saying good evening, Ira, Alan and Reese. Evan Jeffers saying good morning, good night. Vilena Ali saying good evening all. AI Junk Removal saying right. And Loretta Clark Queely just logging in. Yeah, we want to say good night to all the people who are logging in on the Facebook Share the Live. You know, it's always an interesting session when we have Everything Agriculture meets the topics. So it's a combined discussion. You know, you're gonna get a bit of agriculture. You're gonna get a bit of what's going on in the federation. You know, we haven't even gone to Alan Liska. You know, Alan usually come with a list of topics that he has to address and
Yeah,
all
but
that.
right now,
But in
I
the
want to touch.
meantime, we're dealing with the agricultural sector, the we ain't even touch on the cannabis sector either. And this evening, we really usually the last week is where we touch on cannabis. Now, there's seemingly so much things that's going on. So to some extent that the government and governments has to be that it seems as if even though we have heard of a new board commission for cannabis, we have not heard anything since then. We don't know if that board is fully activated. We don't know what is going on. I mean, I think maybe Banky, we probably have to seek to get IOI in, because I know IOI is supposed to be the lone member from Nevis and the cannabis
Oh,
issue.
can
We
do that.
can tap into,
We can talk to
so we can
IRI.
tap into as I is also a member as well, but he would be representing St. Kitts and any other member. I
Yes.
think we would have had an opportunity, or we would have had a lineup with one of the prominent members, Miss Knight Williams, Williams Knight, whichever one it is. I hope I'm not really mixing it
Jen.
up. But we were supposed to have an interview with her at some point, or have on the program. But
Mm-hmm.
I guess when we get ourselves organized, I'll be able to reach out to her and see if we could, you know, get that line up again, and so we could have that discussion. Um, you know, agriculture seemed to be on the back burner on Nevis, as you're pointing out, Banky, and cannabis seemingly too, even worse, because, you know, on St. Kitts we would hear about, you know, things that's going on. They have a cannabis growers association and so on. They have, you know, different things that's happening over the activities sometimes that allow cannabis presentations and so on to take place. But we are not necessarily seeing and hearing much anything at all from the Navy side. And this kind of tie into some of what I
The,
am saying in regards to
the next
me not
show, the
understanding
next show we're
how
gonna
you could have
do.
a government operational and you're not getting reports from ministers. I don't watch it. I don't know about you all, you know, but I don't count um even the premier going on um his program, his private program, um as as an opportunity for the people, for a presentation to the people, you know, because and the program, that's one, is a private paid program, so it's not necessarily something that is organized for the people. It's a private paid program. um Two, it's a forum for calling. It's not so much where you could have that similar exchange as you would in a public forum, where there's like a town hall meeting or a press conference where you could have questions and follow-up questions and people right there to have an exchange and so on. It's a total different platform as well. So um, I am still of the view that just like on Synkits, where you have that opportunity with the media and journalists and so on, to put your questions to the other ministers who have their various portfolios. I don't understand why on Nevis we don't have that opportunity. And this is why I'm saying, like, how do we sit back as a people and just allow these things? And I mean, we don't cry out for these things, we don't seek for these things. So it is accepted as the norm. And then when you do, that's why you hear ignoring noise, because you come like you're trying to upset the apple cart, because you're doing what you're supposed to do as a civilian, as a citizen, but seemingly it is taken as offense because you're asking people who are hired to do their job, and you recognize that they are not doing it in an effective enough manner, and you're asking them to do what you hire them to do, what you expect them to do, and you are seen as the bad one.
Yes, on. We're gonna get into the topics, but before we get into the topics, I wanna talk about just to give a shout out to Trust and A1 Farms Market and Coconut Fest, which will be taking place Friday 22nd and Saturday 23rd of November 2024 in the Villa Grounds Adults only $5. Children just a merely $3. You get fresh fruit, fresh vegetable for juice, great foods and entertainment. If anybody want to take part in it, can contact Market Trust. The number I can't even see. I need glasses by. Anyway, you just walk with me the one day till I get the number. So definitely I will be taking part in this event. I mean, Marky contacted me and want me to take part. One of the things I want to do is to have some. Well, I should be start harvesting string beans and cucumbers and stuff like that, and on the farm. And definitely, I want to do raffling of a cannabis tree each day. $5, you pay $5, you get a chance to win a cannabis tree and stuff like that. So I think it's a good gesture and stuff like that. So definitely support the A1 farmers market and coconut fest is everything about, but other vegetables and food also be there. So once you're taking part, definitely have some coconut products and also produce and different stuff like that. Definitely I will probably have, I'm not sure I want to set up as yet, but I have a few ideas to promoting this and stuff like that. But want to thank all who we're still gonna be here with Alan, but we're gonna switch over to the topics. Not sure all Alan got on board, but definitely really appreciate people staying with us and the real entertainment network and everything agriculture listeners. Alan, anything on the agenda?
Well, the first thing on the agenda is the same thing what Carlisle Paris said. Let's not forget the of unity. I have sat here, I'll see how patiently I sit down. I don't bother not know what they are say. I am not saying yes son that us not giving kudos to our national heroes is not speaking about them is not good. Do you feel like if we did that, that all of a sudden there would not be any division amongst us?
Yes, on you there sideways, fix your camera. With the sideways now. Yes, on. Yes, on camera stick.
Boy,
You put
as
yes on sideways all of a sudden with the question.
boy, I telling
Should
you,
even half, Nigel.
I telling
You
you,
should even half.
it's such a question. Anyway, but
Hard
Banky,
question too.
the question, well, one of the topics where I wanted to talk about was the broiler, the same broiler thing, in a little more expanded manner.
Well, I can't talk about certain information, but I got a few information. I can talk about it
No,
who's.
no, no, well,
I can't
no,
talk
well,
about it on top here about that.
no, well, I don't
That part I
even
can't
need to
talk
know
about.
about what I want, what everything what I want to talk about is public information. No? So
Yeah, you can talk about the part.
me not deal with that. And
Yes.
part of this discussion too is because I heard NRP speaking about the boiler, and I
Uh-huh.
don't feel like I, I don't like how it wasn't dealt with no kind of depth. You understand? For us to kind of
Yes.
get a kind of
What exactly did
understanding
they say
for
about the what did what did they say about the broiler exactly? What
it
did
was
NRP say about
basic
the broiler?
it was basically a vague thing to say that the industry has not started yet. That's what me I say. It had no depth. It was just to make sure to put in to say and in a start yet. It
It's
wasn't nothing
something.
of
It is
significance.
something. It is something that is and is never went off the burner of you understand. But as you see, stuff have been moved, which was prioritized. But it's something that the department would love to see more go through. I mean, if the government don't want to go through it, they can hand it over to a private to private who want to take it up. If the government don't want to go through it, if they figure well they don't, you
Well,
understand, they can always turn things into private partnership.
well, my question is right. I
Yes,
think that they had a town hall meeting or something about 18 months ago,
yes,
so that they could inform the public that they want to start this industry and to start to let
yes.
them know, well, this is where you're supposed to start with it, right?
Land was allocated already for stuff like that in over in New River area. And but one of
Good.
the thing what was happening that I did that I mean I personally really I thought, well, they'll give you the land, but then you got to find your own finance and all this different stuff. From my understanding, there wasn't. That's what
Mhm.
all the inputs the government putting in. The government ain't assisting in anything else. Where they're gonna seek funding where you can get small interest rates or grants or whatever it is, a startup capital in a sense from, you know, what I mean, moving funds from here to here so you can get access. You got to get your own personal loan from your own bankers and stuff like that. From my output by speaking to those inside the department. I don't know if anything changed from since then, 'cause it was a long time ago. You see what I mean? So anything is possible. But from the last information, that was not. As you see, the idea was to reach out to pe- young, everyone within the community could be a single parent and want to have 100 birds or 200 birds or whatever it is. But that was that's is not like getting an assistance. So a single female or single male who wants to want to start off with 300 birds or 500 birds, and you have to have a setup to start up to build these pens and get all these chicks is and all these different stuff and have all these you'll be feeding birds for 6 weeks every day and all. You have to have
Okay.
a area with this. It's a lot.
You
That
come
was
to
my take on it.
you come to one of my first question. Since
Yes.
they had this thing 18 months ago, has
Yes.
anybody started the process? Start to build full cube, start to fence up land, look for, has anything actually
No,
started?
no. Only those was already existing who doing the layers and stuff like that. Those are the same. Who's in still in production. The few who are still the extra person have come on board and still going into egg or broiler production. That's no, it still is nothing changed. And nothing went on since then, since that meeting. But the attack still going on. There are people who want the project to move within the department and stuff like that. But it just the minister is the one who need to talk. You see, the minister. I see the minister as the issue.
What
The
is
minister
the
not
effect
talk.
to
Yes.
for these people who are enthusiastic and feel like, well, by this boiler industry, them man
It's
are so
disappointing.
serious.
It's disappointing to a lot
Okay.
of people who had the hope up high, and who cause there are people who really already went and talked to the bankers and willing to invest the money because remember we spend every year over $7 million in chicken alone. I think is over 14 million and up. It should be much higher still. And even if you say seven, it goes to be a little more over seven, close to 10 or 12. So there's a lot of money to be made when it comes to chicken and chicken parts and all this stuff. So it's a viable industry, but it have to be done right. And you need proper training and all this different stuff. You need workers. And it's a very sensitive industry when it comes to raising chicken because birds get sick very easily. So is a lot of medicine is involved, a lot of feeds and all this different stuff. So it's a collective effort. So and training have to be involved and a lot of money tying because I be around poultry farms and I glad I don't eat chicken, I don't eat eggs. Because if many people go around out of them, they wouldn't buy from them. You understand? Because they're not tidy and sanitation. So to me, some of them is shutting down and how some of them have some of things not treating some of how some of the birds them in the condition and different stuff. I do. So it's sad, eh? It's really sad, especially when people is just into making money but not doing things. You're buying the man egg, but you should visit the farm too. This is where the eggs are come from. You see what I'm talking about? Because then you'd have a different perspective of what this person doing. But people are not doing that. That's why I always welcome people to come visit where I'm farming at so they can see how I do things. I never hide to show things. You see, but then I invite you to the full farm. You will see feces around like a lava. You know what I mean? Like a sludge.
Okay. Well, I have another question. So they
Yes.
brought in some type of equipment which is somewhere
Yes,
sitting
the
down right
processing
now.
plant, the processing plant, the full processing plant. I'm not sure if it's the right
Mm.
processing plant. I'm not sure who advised them to buy the machine and stuff like that. But I know they had purchased the plant and the plant had came in and it was at the port for a while, but it's in storage right now. You're collecting rent somewhere? You are your son?
Okay.
But you see how
So
you see how y'all
uh,
sit back and say these things so comfortable, right? Um, and not not acknowledging the fact that these things and these decisions that were made without any consultations with us, the masses, are in actuality now costing us, the masses, to one, continue to store that facility. We have another, I don't remember if it's a 40 or 60 acres that was cleaned up already that we would have paid, according to the premier, at least over $400,000 to clean up, and that has been left to overgrow. And possibly, if it is going to be used again, it would have to be cleaned up again at the cost of the taxpayers. We have the Indian Castle Orchard project, which was regionally renowned and I dare say internationally renowned project that was talked about, given a lot of commendations, especially within the COVID scenario, COVID years, and we are not seeing and hearing even much about that, and we don't know if it is even in that sort of position where it was then. So, and we have an agricultural minister and ministry that don't necessarily have that open forum to the public as we don't get the report, and that's what I'm saying. So we
okay.
continue to allow
Okay.
these things to continue
Okay.
without any checks.
Okay. Okay, Rasta. Okay. So hear me out now. With you, at all moments in time, I am working with you. And I am working with you so much, right? That now I am outraged. I am outraged. So here's what I want to know from you, your son. Now that I am outraged, what's my next move?
What is your next move?
Yeah,
Your
you
next
tell me I'm
move,
outraged.
your next move is to continue to get more people to be outraged with you so that you can get to the point where you can do what is necessary and seek to reach the minister, the ministry, and demand
Okay.
that they now
Okay.
come and consult and give an account of these things that you're asking, and also to ensure to let them know that you're going to be on their backs for the other projects that they're going to do. And if not, then
Okay.
we know what we need to do.
Okay. I have worked with you. So you are telling me that the key for us to get more transparency and accountability is just that more of us need to be outraged by what is taking place in the country. This
Not
is the key.
just outrage. That is
Okay.
one of the things that is necessary. You asked me a specific question in regards to the
Ho-
issues that I brought to
eh,
the fore.
hold on.
In
The question why I ask you, I say I am
mhm,
now outraged. I do not like what is
mhm,
going on in the country. What is
mhm.
my next step? So
Right, and so
so
I gave, and
so,
so
so
those are the things that I told you. Yes.
remember what you tell me. I need to get more people outraged. That's the first thing
Mhm,
you say,
Mhm.
literally.
mhm,
And then
mhm,
you say, so that I could be in a position to do what I need to do, which was a vague circumstance. I don't know what it is. And then you say, and then I could demand. So I gonna do what I got to do. And after I do what I got to do, having been outraged and getting other people outraged, after that now, I gonna ask for what it is I need. I miss any step in a way, you say?
no.
Okay. Which means No, step number one, now that I'm outraged, for example, the first thing I need to do is I need to get my wife outraged. So I need to get that
Mm-hmm.
lyrics about what I know.
Mm-hmm.
So the key you're telling me to get everything kick off is to get more people outraged.
Mm-hmm.
But don't
When
the
you
people see what's going on and they choose not to be outraged? Can the people can see what's in front of their face? Everybody know there's a machine sitting down over by for the last 18 months. Nobody care about that. Carry enough feel it in the pocket. You see what I
the
mean?
question
The money was
the
spent.
question
And, yes.
the question I want to know, if people outrage generally remember first we start off with civic song. When you
Mm-hmm.
outrage, you're gonna be in a kind of frame of mind to reason. and
No, well, I
and
guess
and and when you say that I need to be in a position to do what I need to do, what it is I need to do.
hold your employees more accountable. That is what you need to do within the structure that you live in right now. The mechanism that you could use, whether you want to protest, whether you want to march, whether you want to do whatever you want to do or whatever is necessary to begin to hold them accountable and show them that you're willing to do whatever is necessary to hold them accountable to do what they are supposed to. And if not, this is what is going to come. And you're not going to be threatened by you ignore the noise campaign. You're going to still say and do what you need to do in order to make the necessary changes for you and the people.
Well, as somebody who is an employee, it's not just employers who have power. You know, employees also have rights.
But that's what I'm saying in Ireland. But you
No,
probably can understand that's what I'm saying. What I am saying is we as the
no.
employers have rights. The employees have rights too. Yeah, that's what you're saying. The
Yeah,
employees have rights too.
yes. And they are you were mentioning the names of some persons who you say had a revolutionary spirit. Would you
Hmm.
say that those persons utilize politics as a manifestation of the revolutionary spirit? Would you say that?
No, not necessarily. I guess everything is politics, but in the sense of parties and politics, no. It was more utilizing that that um
Um,
what we're doing
Rasta,
now in terms of
Rasta.
galvanizing the people with information.
I fully understand and I accept. Me not say that they had a party. Politics is about the affairs of the people.
Right.
Would
So
you
that's why I
say
say
that?
politics in everything.
So these persons utilize politics in order to try to move the people forward, right?
Yes.
Good. You mentioned we just dealing with the Westminster system. Is there another system you would like to see in St. Kitts and Nevis to replace
Another
that?
system.
Yes.
Yeah, I would love to see the model that was started out by man like Leonard Howell in Jamaica. That pinnacle model where we just had our own set of people, our own carpenters, our own contractors, our own system, our own means of generating funds and looking after our people and not having to depend bow and clean allegiance to nobody else. We play allegiance to ourselves. We
I, I, I
self-governance.
uh, yeah, but what I'm saying is like, for example, because I'm not familiar with this doctrine that you're speaking of right now.
Hmm.
Leonard Howell.
That's the
Is
that's the
this
that's the early foundation of Rastafari.
I understand, but and I'm not even concerned about him right now. I'm concerned about the work that he do and the system that he devised. Was there any
Mm.
kind of voting in this system? For
Not as
No,
example,
far as I know. No, not
no,
as
they,
far as
they,
I,
they have
not
their
as far
own.
as
They
I
have
could
their own
recall.
land.
so
Just
so
like you
so,
have
so,
over 300 acres of land and have your own hospital and your own stuff, and like a
so,
community,
so
like how, yeah.
I, I understand, but ultimately, was there any kind of person in charge of this? Was there any kind of leader?
Leonard Howell would have been the leader, so to speak.
Okay, and so he was the leader for life.
Well, I wouldn't say for life, I guess, until well, what happened is the system actually came and broke down, that system because the site as he didn't adhere to King Charles and he looked up to His Imperial Majesty as his king, and
I
that system
understand,
sort of opposed that system, so they trampled the system, so it never got to the level that it should
but
have.
because here what happened, Mina, and I understand all of that is a tragedy. What me
Give me a
say
minute. Give
is,
me a minute, guys. I'll be back.
what if they had get an ability to transition power, okay, and even before that happened, how he get to be the leader? How was he appointed? How was he chosen to be the leader?
I don't remember fully his whole story, but I know at some point he lived in Africa. At some point he lived. I'm not sure if he was in America. I know he had some early connections with Garvey as well. So I think he worked along with Garvey. So he was well respected and credited um, when he returned to Jamaica. When he returned to Jamaica, he then had his followings, people who were following him, and he went and bought a certain amount of land. I don't remember if it's 500 acres or 5,000 acres or some amount of big acreage of land, and that's when he started that movement. And those who said that they're following um, King His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie the First, they formed their own movement and they did not associate with the Queen and anything to do with the Queendom and Eurocentric concept. So they were more Afrocentric um, minded and was seeking to develop communities like we would have had back within our structure.
Okay, so listen. Here's what I'm really pinning this down on. Here's why I'm asking you these questions. Um, you are saying Nevis need to think it's a Nevis need to adapt a new political structure. Um, One of the questions, can I remember, think it's a Nevis gonna last longer than any one man. So we got to
Mm-hmm.
know who gonna be in charge, how long they gonna be in charge, and we need to know how we gonna put them there. And we also need to
So
know how we could change it up too. You understand?
so
So go ahead.
so this is part and parcel of what I am getting at with all
Mm-hmm.
of these top lawyers and scholars and all of these 100% literacy people that we have within the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Don't you think we have enough people to fashion our own constitution and set up our own regulations with the proper consultations with the people and the necessary stakeholders and whatever? We can, and the same way right now, even with the constitution that we have, we can amend it and make the necessary changes if there is a will, if there is that will to do it. However, seemingly there is not that will because what we are seeing is that, as I pointed out earlier, the status quo benefits those who are in the position right now who continue to maintain that system that was never designed for us in the first place. And the argument from their vantage point, which is at the same vantage point for many people, if the glass is not broken, why fix it, right? So they figure the system is working as it is, even though it is a system that was never designed for us or
Yeah,
for us,
but
the masses, to
yeah,
benefit.
yeah, but Rasta, what me give you right now is a chance to highlight Leonard Howell's system, an alternative system, an attractive system, rather than to because okay, once again I'm outraged. The system we have is bullshit. What's the alternative system what me have put in place, which is gonna mitigate some of the bullshit why they me have to. So you right now because me only say that now because you circle back to saying that the system is bullshit. Remember me
You
don't
need a
outrage you, you
system.
know. But,
You need a
I
government
wanna
that the people have a say. You need a government, a different type of government system that is in place.
and
One of them which can
and
help where
So we're
and
gonna work
all
with
what me say,
The Marcus Garvey model. Marcus Garvey proposed a model. I'm willing to work with that.
what the
what is
model
that
is.
model?
I don't remember it right now, offhand, but I know
You
that he
see?
proposed he would no
Oh, you
seriously he would
answer
have
that.
made some presentation in regards to governance
And
and what he
listen,
feel and how he feel the system should operate. So I will go back to do some further
People need to
research.
have
But I
more.
know
You see,
I know what it is.
the system that we
Whatever
have.
it is, Alan would be much better than me in 2024 pledging allegiance to somebody who I claim I am supposed to be getting independence from. I help me make sense of that. That we are supposed to be independent of the British monarchy and of all of what they would have done, all of the atrocities that they made. We are even arguing for reparations. And you're telling me that amidst that, we're so free and the governor
okay,
general is getting the most money
okay.
from
Hold
our
on,
taxes,
hold
and we have
on.
to still pay allegiance to King
Pause,
Charles?
pause. From what I see in here, they're saying Marcus Garvey was a black nationalist. That's all of that sound
Mm-hmm.
good, right? Okay. They say Marcus Garvey envisioned a unified Africa as a one-party state. How all of that sound? All of
Wonderful.
that sound good? And he said that
Wonderful.
that one party state should be governed by himself. So the question one need to ask you now. You're telling me that the system where you envision replacing the democracy where we have right now is a one party state authoritarian regime. You feel like that's where St. Kitts and Nevis need to go.
No,
You feel easier?
that what you read in there is in relation to Marcus Garvey's full and overall view. When I refer to politics, his specific political views, I don't know if you know that he actually ran in Jamaica as a politician, and so he would have had certain views and recommendations for politics and politicians where um, the Jamaican perspective is concerned. But um, holistically, I totally agree with that, because that is what we need right now, a one united Africa and Caribbean as a part of the whole link of that link right now, is what we need. You have a United States of America. You have a EU. What happened to us? What happened to we as a people? How come we can't see the need to do that and still want to put up we hand to those who fighting
Well,
tooth and nail for
the,
us not to do that?
the reason why
United Empire State of England. You talk about
no
United States of America,
the
United States
reason why
of England. America is
the,
land of England, you know?
the reason why we don't want to do that is like when me ask you the question about unity, like our Akala said, you not answer the question. And the reason how come maybe want to ask you about the division within the society. Somebody asked me the other day how you start a political party, and the same reason why you didn't answer the question is the same reason why he had he kind of hardish to start a political party. A political party could start off from farmers. When you look at the labor parties all over the Caribbean. Labour Party is really and truly a workers' party. You know? So
Union, yes.
That's how we
yeah,
started out. That's how we started out.
yeah,
But you had the workers' union, and then the
well,
union branched off and had a political arm. And that is why a lot of people argue that
but
the party
Rasta,
has sort
Rasta,
of has sort of
Rasta,
moved away
Rasta,
from the origins of what the
Rasta,
union movement was about, or
Rasta,
the mission.
Rasta, you make me point. You hear what you say? It start
Mhm.
off as you remember what I telling you I talking about? How you stop division. And then not only that, how you start these kind of movement. And then me only give you an example to show you. He had a labor union and that they turn it into political party. Yeah, we know it turned into another thing after that. Cause now them man get in a politics.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then really and truly, even when you look in Nevis, um, NRP was really another like I mean in the name, it does be in the name, you know. Really and truly, when you look at Nevis is supposed to that be socialist parties, you know? 'Cause all of them really and truly supposed to be for workers or for people. Concerned Citizens Movement, Nevis Reformation Party,
But
People's
But what
you see,
Action
Alan,
Movement.
but what happened?
the time changed.
I it's
Times
just a
has
name.
changed.
It's just a fan. It's
Times
just a
has
fancy
changed, and it's
name.
the same way. It's the same way. Remember, Marcus Garvey tried to organize the United Negro Improvement Association, and he had branches all over the world, you know. And at that time, it was
Over
necessary,
1100
and the cause was necessary. But within this time, when they have sought to bring this kind of independence and this kind of inclusion and make the people feel like they fit in and they're part of, you know, their voters' rights. Now you have all of these different rights and so on. So then the people now give up on the revolution, so to speak. And then we would have had in that time people of a different
So,
hue, of a different color, sitting in those positions. And just like in the church, when the missionaries came in, they started off with some Caucasians sitting in the pulpit, you know, and preaching, you know. Then they taught one or two of us to read. And then the psychological game was to remove themselves from the pulpit and sit down in the congregation and make sure we put one of them up there who look like them, who is going to be able to influence them and keep them under the banner that we want them have. It's the same way in the plantocracy. We move from a plantocracy and we get independence, so to speak. But the same system in place. All that has removed is the people who were in that seat then was of a different color. And now we have people who grew up amongst us who continue to perpetuate a system that was never designed for us. And then not too, because a lot of these guys who went to all these university and so on, they not too, but they opt to continue it because that is the only way that that system can continue if they have the divide and rule operation going, because that is how that system function. If you don't have that, then you would not have that sort of system.
yeah,
Alan,
sorry that,
any
yeah, sorry that I've
response
been a
to
no, I've
you're
been a
reading
read about
something?
no, I've been a read about Marcus Garvey manifesto. He 14 points in his manifesto. I'm trying to understand his political and it's the same thing. Marshall Garvey was basically a socialist
Yeah, but all
based
these
off of
political parties, most of them, it's all about just divide and rule, and at the same time, most of these guys are really in the same clubs. All them drinking up the same cup, you know. So it's just, so you don't get, so when you see them cussing and going off and stuff, most of them, if not all of them, they communicate very, very well. It's all a game. You hear them say it's a game. If people telling you something, it's like
Exactly,
you're
because at the
vexing, you
end of the
argue with
day,
a man.
Banky, at the end of the day,
so
if
so
Pam
wait.
win or PLP win, if Pam win or PLP win, when they go in and swear in All of them go in and put up their hand and say, we play allegiance to King Charles III, his years and his successors. So nothing, it's the same thing. So it's like I say, it's two birds and two wings and the same bird. Republican, Democrat, same bird, two different wing. Same eagle,
Yeah,
two different
but
wing.
but apart from that, many of them join different organizations. They have to be around the same table. So they're not gonna go against their brother. Or they're not gonna go against their sister. Once you're going behind this open the same door and go to the same meetings and all of them, despite of what once you're part of this system that they are a part of an organization.
Fraternity,
If
fraternity.
who ain't a part of that, they don't care about me and about anybody else, brethren. They don't care about who will come inside there. Anybody else to hell with them. It's all a game. It's all a game. So if people want to go and vote for the Republican and feel better that they feel good about it, or the Democrat, same thing. And vote for NRP, CCM, PLP, same thing. You could see it in front of your face. One might be give some people more little more benefit, little more who how it might look and say, well, this I get this and this get that and whatever and whatever. Same thing. But those are who depending on you see the problem with us, we love, we reach to a point we will like to beg and ask by and depend on person to give you stuff. You get fridge, you get stove, you galvan, you get we just it's like the love when
But
they
Banky,
love to
that's
control
part
you.
of the system. That's part of how the system is set
Those
up.
are
The
choices. No, those
system is
are
set up.
choices, yes, son. Yes, son, those are
No,
choices.
Banky. The
Like
system
me,
was set up to keep the people enslaved. It's a slave
yes, son,
system,
those are choices. The
After
people
slavery,
choose
you were
these
given a chance to
people.
get a little money. So that's why you got minimum wage and these guys who say they represent us getting the highest paid salary. And the system
Yeah,
could
but yes,
only
son,
continue if you have that structure in place where you have a upper class and a lower class. That is why things like agriculture is not promoted the way it should be promoted, because to some extent from the psychological games that they're playing, these are things that would really and truly empower the people. And in some cases, as much as you claim that you elect these people to empower the people and they go out and say it and so on, these people prefer to give you a little handout than to really and truly empower you. Because if you get empowered as a farmer and you start to drive your Prada and you got your big house on the hills and so on, the man got a problem with that. The man carbon a barrel mentality is still there. They don't want that. So we got that is why it is still critical for us to point out some of these things and some of the underpinning psychological things that we don't see face value, and that is why you would say these things are happening in front of people's faces and they still go and do it, because people would say it's mad to see some of these things that's happening in front of our faces and people will still go and vote for these people. But these people have a knack keeping the people so divided
Yes,
that they
son.
only hear what they want them to hear from their side. Because now
Yes,
certain
son.
people now is not going to listen to this program. There are certain people who is not going to listen to a particular radio station because that particular radio station is not in line with their. And these are the kind of things that a person gonna post certain things on the page because they know they ban certain people from the page, and or certain people just ain't gonna go on the page because they ain't support that energy there. And so these are some of the things
Watch it.
that
Let me show you something. Let me show you something, right? How this thing, yeah. So, how some people is so engulfed in this political thing. Most of these people who are so in so deep, if they have to listen to the opposition, they gotta hold the belly and tie up the belly like some because they want to vomit and get diarrhea. These people like some of them act like they can't, they just hate these people so personal. So they can't listen to nobody else talk. And they don't want to hear nothing from them. That is when how you so engulf yourself emotionally and personally because you don't get peace or power. You don't sit in peace position. You don't sit at Vinicius position. So they vow not to do not say that no other kind of work would say that again. Want the love to be on the top of the back of the taxpayers and have and hold and have and do what they want because they know they could write what they want and do what they want and thief stuff out from the government on behalf of the taxpayers. These are what these political, you understand, parties does and these people in this position. So when you're at this point, you do not want to give it up because time they can have your
And
all about man and woman one later when you want to kind of something.
the other thing with that Banky is the additional security. I forget to point out this last week when, sorry, not last week, last program when me and Alan
Mhm.
had the debate in regards to, he was using the example of a private company, or a company that has shareholders and comparing. And my thing, one of the things that I missed not pointing out is the fact that in that scenario with the private company versus the government, if the shareholders recognize that the directors and so on misspending the money, or they're not getting enough shares, or they're making whatever decision, these shareholders, there's a clause or whatever in the thing where they could vote out these turn with this director or whatever, so that he ain't have that role anymore. In the government case now, you have to wait 5 years, or you have to find some means of a vote and no confidence to get them out. And so there's a huge difference when you entrust these particular employees with that sort of responsibility and try to compare them to that other side, that where if the shareholder, the directors or whatever not performing, the shareholders got a right to an option to vote them out. And you could turn them away whether instantly or after investigation, whatever investigation, you could turn them away. In our case here, unless it is taken to the law, sometimes even when it goes to the law and they're vindicated, I have to pay money and so on. They still continue in the position because we have seen evidence of that. And so it's still a total different scenario. And so sometimes when you hear these guys argue and say, oh, well, I mean, we make more money in the private practice than we would make
Mm-hmm.
in coming in to do the public work. But they
Mm-hmm.
also know that in the private sector, the money what they said they could make, they ain't guaranteed making it, but they guarantee making their salary for 5 years coming in the public sector. So whatever it is they get in, they know they're gonna get that for 5 years unless there is a vote and no confidence. So don't let them man trick you when they come and talk about this, because nobody consciously are gonna give up where they could get more money to come to say they, as they want to make it seem that they so love the people, and so they really want to serve the people. So let's be real.
Boy, as we go back again, yeah, son. All these things are premeditated before they go in to power. These things are, remember, you don't have the skeleton. Um, sorry, government. You don't select your junior minister. You don't have a team. Me for one, don't love to see when government changes, because you'll want to know, well, who these people are be, where they come from. Because you realize those who are bang them out and those who are warming to out their belly, there are people who will go, who will sell the soul. You hear one junior minister say he'll go to the gate of hell for the premier.
But you see,
You know,
Banky, that's
it's
another thing.
crazy.
That's another thing, Banky.
It,
No, listen, as you talk about these junior ministers, Banky, here is it, you have junior ministers who nobody vote for. So, the case where somebody vote for them, but then they're given some huge responsibilities, and then they sometimes turn on and disrespect the people who didn't even vote for them. And we
I
ain't even
remember
getting
I
no
was at,
reports and no opportunity to consult and get no consultation and no reports from them. Why are we not demanding these things in Nevis though? Why are we not
those
demanding
things
that
have junior
these officials
ministers.
who are getting this amount of money,
Yes, son.
junior
Those
ministers,
things have junior ministers.
yeah, I think there are a
The
couple,
lady
because I
The
think
lady Iceland, the
the
lady
this
Iceland Philip. What position does she have? The lady
yes, she's one.
Iceland Philip. She's what?
She's a junior minister, I think, for gender and some other
Do you
issues.
because I was in a when I had this men thing we called in Sync it's that they had this men symposium, and a gentleman was posing a question and addressed her as the junior minister. Virgin. the lady had a tantrum. Lady said, I don't like it. I don't understand why you all keep addressing me as junior minister and why do I have to go to do more work and all this crazy. People obsessed with themselves with power bridging. If you see the lady went on very embarrassing in a room and telling a man asking a question, and you are a junior minister and you don't want to be addressed as a junior minister, and the gentleman had to apologize, which he was wrong to apologize because you are a junior, but they vote for you. You see what I mean? If you are a junior minister, what is wrong with being a junior minister? If you're just a minister, is there difference? I just want to be addressed as a minister. People are crazy, Bridget. If you see the lady had a tantrum, I was blown away. Why the people
But
call
I
him a
don't know how
junior minister?
specific. I don't know how specific ministries, and I don't know how they look at that in that context. I don't know if she
She is a junior
functions as a
minister,
full
but she
minister.
wanted to. She don't like it.
But
She
I
don't
don't
like
know
the
if
term junior minister.
but that part I
And she
don't
addressed
know.
it
I
like that.
don't know
She
if she
addressed,
is I don't know if she is
yes.
considered a full-fledged minister to some extent.
The
Um,
lady said, how hard does she have to
because
work
okay,
to be called a minister?
like in Nevis, like in
Crazy.
Nevis, um, the Minister of Education and the Minister of Health are supposed to
Hmm.
be junior ministers. Are they official ministers in their own capacity? Alan might be able to help me out there with that, because maybe that is part of the argument that the sister in St. Kitts might have been arguing, because they might be junior ministers in the sense that yes, nobody voted for them, but they function in the capacities as
Of
ministers for
course.
whatever ministry that they hold.
It was just surprising. It
Maybe
was just
Alan could help
surprising
me.
to me that you'll take such an offense by the word
Or
junior
so
minister.
It's Alan, you know, is coming from. Alan is where the noise coming from, you know.
So, the phone next to your thing. Yes.
Okay.
It
Yeah,
was
it's
just
Alan.
offense.
It's
I mean,
Alan.
we're gonna pass. It was just how she should really take offense to be called a junior minister. I was very, I was shocked, and everybody in the room was shocked. And she just went on, you know, what I mean, venting about it. It was crazy. It was crazy. I mean, the gentleman was like blown away. It was sad, but it just show you how people just get just all up in their feelings over these stuff are not important. You understand? A title is not that serious. But Alan, he's there.
Yeah, I think Alan step out for a little bit, and it seems as if I freeze up a little bit myself too. Um,
Okay,
yeah,
but
if you're
definitely
hearing me, I don't know if you're hearing me.
now I hear you're good. You're fine. You're in freeze over. You're good. You're moving around and stuff
Oh,
like
okay.
that. But definitely remember November 22nd, a Friday, and the 23rd is a Saturday. A1's Farmers Market and Coconut Fest at the Villa Ground, starting from 7 until entertainment, lots of food, fresh produce, and lots of coconut displays and coconut items and stuff like that. Look, it's the first time, and it will continue to be an annual thing. Adults $5, children only $3, and definitely Shabazz Organic will be there and having whatever vegetables I'll be harvesting off the farm and showing some displays and also raffling cannabis. So I want to raffle cannabis tree on each day, whether for $5 a ticket, or $10 a ticket. Whatever, something easy, you understand? And at least somebody get to carry home a cannabis tree. So definitely come out and support A1 Farmers Market and Coconut Fest is the first one ever. So big up Maki and his wife Fiola. I mean, for putting on this thing, we have really been moving towards the coconut industry, where a lot of farmers started to plant up coconut trees and along other fruit trees, which is the way to go. These are long-term crop, which are nothing on the coconut tree go to waste, and it is something that we definitely need to move along with other fruit tree orchards, whether it's going to avocados, mangoes, but make sure these things are managed properly. And this is where the agriculture department come in, the quarantine department, when it comes to checking these coconut trees. You're still gonna have pests to deal with, and you want to control your pest with the most holistic and the safest way. You also need to have a tropical storm somewhere out there lingering around the Cayman Islands should they affect them within the next 48 hours or something like that, which will produce up to 12 inches of rain and some flooding. I'm not sure if we're going to get affected here, if we expect to get some rain, but I know with the heat that been part the heat wave, heat mean rain, so definitely I'm not sure how much if it's going to affect us or we will get some rain off of it. So we just monitor and I just get it to my phone there. So these are but definitely we the place we get expect to get more heat through the month of October and stuff like that. But in the meantime, you just keep farming, and when they sustain your plant, and farmers just need to set up their farm with timers where they can manage their water. 'Cause most farmers will turn on their water and forget the water on all day, and then 'cause you don't have time to go back and turn it off. So it's the best way to do it when it comes to farming is to have timers on your farm. Just invest and have your farm as a business and stuff like that. But definitely, Mansa last stop is up and running where you can come and visit on a daily basis, get your fresh fruits picked off the tree, sugar apple. We have mangoes coming in by in the next couple of weeks. They're soon reaching the stage of full. We have grafted mango, bastard pali, amipali mangoes, and stuff like that. So and we have pomegranate, sugar apple, jamun. You have some we call it the pomegranate and stuff coming in, some sauce up and different stuff. So definitely the farm is back in order and looking forward to in end of October, early November to start doing some serious harvest and serve the general public when they come to get safe and healthy food, cheap healthy food to eat, where they can come and get the same what we want to buy. Just so you'll sell the big supermarket for the same cheap price, you sell the general public the same price, because them is the biggest buyers. Don't make any sense I give those big businesses my food and then the general public have to go to those big businesses and buy my food for 3 times the amount of price. I rather sell the general public my stuff at a cheap price, and yeah, it's better for me that way. With that interacting with with the general public, yeah. So they also end of next month, end of October, we start doing workshop on the farm. We want to start up with composting, which is very important. That recycle and build your nutrients to be added back into the soil and build up your soil and all these different stuff. And then in November, we want to do water management and irrigation setup and all this different stuff and timers and show the effectiveness of all these things when it come to instead of lifting on your pipe for a whole hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, you can really set your timers for 5 or 10 minutes to come on 3 times a day in different times, so you don't have to worry about if you're getting water or not. It's automated, and you can't beat that. You just got to monitor, just monitor. If the water, if you feel like throughout the day you need to add a little water, you just press the timer and the water for the same 10 minutes while you're there. If it's needed, if it's windy, and if it is needed. But apart from that, once you keep the soil moisture 50-50, I know, well, my technique of farming, I like to see grass on the beds, except which part the plant is growing. I make sure that area is molded and clean from weed, but the rest of the bed can have on the grass and well cut low with a weed whacker, and at least it keep protect the soil from moving and keep, you understand, and hold the soil together and stuff like that. So that's the way I like to do those things. I don't want to see no bare bed and use those black matting and all these different stuff that farmers want to put on their beds where the soil itself can breathe. So my technique
But
works
Banky,
perfect. Yes.
I am listening to
Right.
you and I am quite impressed with your contributions that you have been making over the years and you are making at present in terms of, keeping the
Appreciate it.
agricultural issue alive on the island. I'm not on the island right now, right? And we're getting closer to
Yeah.
the year 2025. I know that has been the catchphrase for the past couple of years, the 25 by 25 agenda. Um,
Yeah.
your personal view in terms of where you think we are, based on, I mean, I know you're familiar with a lot of other farmers and other projects that's taking place on the island and so on. where you think
Yes.
we are in terms of achieving the 25 by 25 agenda?
Well, I'm looking beyond the 2025 agenda, car farmers in St. The St. Kitts Agriculture Department is really helping the farmers and the general public with the resources that they have been putting in when it comes to over 30,000 banana trees plant, 15,000 planting, 15,000 regular ripening banana. And they also have bringing in an set. They bring in oil, pineapples, wires, water tanks, drip lines, fencing poles, nutrients. So the farmers in Singis are really benefiting, and the general public itself. I'm not sure the extent. You'd still hear one or two people making noise, which is expected. I mean, it's not a perfect system. There's always room for improvement. But if and there are
Right?
procedures to go through stuff like that. But definitely, think it is. But on the Navy's end, ain't nothing Navy's agriculture do when it comes to 2025 agenda. Nothing. You never hear one word out of the director mouth or the PS mouth or the minister mouth. Nothing. Their farmers in Navy's benefiting myself until I get stuff from singing to help with the farm, and also for other farmers I know. I People call me. I lend them on to the place. They get pineapples and other stuff that can drip line or whatever they can assist them with. They can assist them because the program is to work for both Singits and Nevis, whether you are a backyard farmer or not. So I can't fathom why the agriculture department Nevis went down to Singits at the Marriott and at the agriculture conference room in a collaborated effort and with those in St. and vow to be a part of, but yet the Navy is just standing off. I don't understand this. It's just like how they're not talking about the poultry or the next project at Indian Castle. It's just they're not talking about the 2025 agenda. So it shows, I don't tell the minister in Navy, what's going to happen under his watch. Everybody in the department, those who doing the work, going to leave up under his watch. I don't tell him that in front of his face. You see? Because when you have your workers and you're not dealing with them right, nobody gonna stay. I mean, everybody gonna leave. Agriculture gonna lose all the best workers under this present minister. He shows he's not serious about agriculture. He's not serious about agriculture. You go keep culture armor every day. That's what he's serious about. Every day, you go keep culture armor, and he shows everybody. There are people in the department don't ask to be moved. Extension officers we understand with the director sign off on it, the PS sign off on it, and the minister tell them no, in that the person not gonna wait. I don't understand the minister get that much power. If somebody wanna go, let it go. If they wanna go to this department, let them go. Your job is to get other people come into the department to replace that person, but you don't want to hold on people. If they don't want to be, they don't want to be there.
Right?
You know, people are not.
There should be an
I
upward
know. I know at
mobility.
least three. I know at least three other people leaving the department right now. I mean, people who are at the top when it comes to propagating and all these different stuff. They're gonna leave. I told the minister all these things. I list out all these names. They're gonna leave under his watch because he do not want to give them an extra dollar. But and those are well trained people. But because he don't have an associate or bachelor, he don't want to pay you. He bad minding you, and that's why the people that some don't leave, and many more gonna leave. These ain't the time people taking nonsense from people, Because the minister himself only have an associate degree. I don't see why he bad minded the workers in the department who are well trained. The minister is too personal. Very, very sad. You understand? Too personal, brethren. And these are people who are skilled and can work for
Wow.
themselves. So you cannot keep down people and have and don't want and there are people in civil service I know who don't even have a CXC subjects and they are civil servant. You understand? So how can you not have people who are
So
well
you're
trained and
saying based on what you're seeing right
because
now, it's likely that maybe St. Kitts might be
yeah,
able to meet the agenda, but not Nevis.
me know about Nevis agriculture going down the drain with that minister involved. And that's the reality. And those within the department knows that too. You see? Everybody leaving. The end of this month is the
But
next month is the
Banky,
PS
okay,
last. The PS, you understand? Along with other people just
sometimes
leaving.
sometimes when you discuss these things, right? Sometimes people try to get personal, right? Um,
Well, I don't get
now
personal with people. I don't have no
let's
reason to get
no
personal
no
with
no
people.
no.
You understand?
I know, but I'm gonna use this example
Yes.
now. Though I'm gonna say, right, like I wonder if sometimes us as the masses like look at some of these things as if it is us who are doing the project and the monies are coming out of our wallets, and these are the sort of setbacks and or explanation, well, sometimes not even explanations, but end
Hmm.
results that you see from what is being done. And if it was coming out of your pocket, if that is what you would have want with your investment. So like for example, if you as a farmer know that you plan to clean up a piece of land to prepare for cultivation, and that is your plan to be able to put in this land so you could make X amount of money at the end of the year, at the end of 18 months, at the end of whatever projections you might have had.
Hmm.
And you are going to have an estimation, say, let's use, because we already had a figure of over 400,000 and climbing to clean up this piece of land. And then you, the farmer, is going to allow that land to just go back with bush, and you ain't even planting a crop of sweet potato where okay you're not going to take care of
Yes,
that, but
son.
at least you're staying there for 3 months and you get something to eat after. If it was your money, that's how you would have deal with it. If it was your money and you have a project like the poultry project, and you done when say you had town hall meetings with all these people, get them all geared up and ready to get into this industry, and you show them that you're so serious about this industry that you went and you buy the machine to initiate the system, and then you have the machine sitting down and the lands that you're supposed to prepare to set up the machine and ain't clean up and ain't fence up and ain't do nothing, and you spending money, ain't that you just spend some money and put it down there, you spend some money and you're still spending more of your money out of your wallet to keep the machine store up in a somebody place. And sometimes we ain't know with the sensitivity of some of these machines and so the equipment and some of the upgrades that's happening right now. Cause like your phone every year they upgrade. We ain't know if by the time they're ready for that, some parts might have rusted because some of these things have to be serviced every 3 months or every 6 months and so on. So we don't want, if maybe by the time you're ready to use it now, the amount of parts you may got to replace, you might as well just get a new one. And we don't, and then these are monies that are coming out of your wallet, and you ain't getting no returns on these investments.
But I don't
So
understand
you
why would you
you're
just
being serious about food security. But if you're serious about food security, these are things that should have never happened or should never happen under any serious agriculturalist watch. And I don't understand also why things like these continue to happen and the masses just sit back, and this is why I'm saying I don't know if they don't understand that it is like that, it is their own monies, taxes that are being wasted, and then when it's wasted like that, 'cause you could see that a waste, that's 400 and something $1,000 just wasting, because in order to set up the farm there again, you might have to spend that same amount again, to do that.
but yeah,
And then
son.
when you
And the
don't
end
have any money to meet, you come back to tax me to say like, oh, things, no money there, we running on fumes, and so we have to come and tax you some more. Hmm.
the question is, on the NRP side, running for which one of them is the skeleton Minister of Agriculture? Because I don't hear none of these people talking about agriculture,
No,
and
bro,
and a
really and
whole shop.
truly,
I don't understand these
Banky,
things.
Banky, me ain't concerned really about NRP and who them may have, really and truly, I talking
But I'm
from a
just saying,
citizen point of view. And this is why I'm saying And this is why
Yes.
I'm saying, like, we as a people need to be able to look at these things, take it from a, that's to bring it down to a personal example where you're talking about your wallet now. This is a you project that you've been going to do. And this is the money now that you don't spend. And at the end of spending the money there, you wait a whole year to come back
But
where
yes,
you're
man,
going to go
I just
spend the
did a
same money
project.
there again.
I just did a project.
And
I
you
just
ain't
let
let
my
that
uncle
happen?
man say,
Okay. Cause when you
me
back
get
out
all
and
my
clean up,
resources
you can
one
go
time
plant in it.
wire. I got wire.
Okay.
I make sure fence the land first. You understand? When the excavator come and start clean, 2 days head start, I start coming behind and the back will start move things up my way and start plant. Me never time to waste, not one grass or go back before me done plant, and set up me done. Me done set up
So you see,
everything me
Banky,
one and
this is
man
why
start. That's the difference between a
I
hook
think
see
these
must
kind of
got
discussions are
resources.
critical. This is why I think some of these discussions are critical because at the end of the day, as I keep saying, like the politicians know exactly what they're doing, because it's a
Well,
game
that's
for
the whole
them.
point.
And if I
That's
could do
the whole
these things
point.
and get away with it, why not continue to do it and get away with it? And that's
Yeah,
just that's.
that's the whole
I know I'm
point.
dealing with a docile set of people who can just sit back and you know what I mean, don't even talk. And even when you go politics now and you say like okay NRP or whoever the opposition party be, I know that all they're gonna do is start because when it's time to do something, they ain't gonna back it in because the examples
All
are
right.
there. There was a point where the opposition called for people to come out to march, and we see who came out to march. There was a time when my brethren there from St. Kitts, Marisha, decided to come up and march, and we see the representation. So at the same time, as I'm saying, it's not even about the party side of it. It's for us to get the people conscious
No, I
enough
just
to
mentioned
recognize that. No, I understand you.
NRP
I
because
just saying.
yes, that's it. I
I
don't
just
know
saying that we need to get
who
the
wanna be
people
the Minister of
conscious
Agriculture.
enough.
I don't know who wanna be the Minister of Agriculture. You understand? I can't assume because nobody talk about agriculture. People just talk about bash the
Right,
other person
right.
and this and that, but they talk what they're gonna do. I don't listen to things. I want to hear what you're gonna do, what your plan is, and be different. Oh, you're not gonna talk because this gonna use your plan. Who cares? You gotta say what you're gonna know. You're gonna do it. Put you in and see what you're gonna do when done. You gotta speak. That's why you have to reach people. You gotta have your ideas. I ain't anybody with no
Well,
ideas. You see,
well.
I don't listen.
Alan is back.
I ain't in discussing thing. Yes, Alan, we'll just go
Alan
ahead.
is back, and 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 I
You
know
went
I know he hasn't even
conversation.
gotten to. I know he hasn't even gotten to majority of the things on his list. So
Well, he continue the list. Well, he's back now.
yeah.
Ball in the
The
court, Alan.
majority of the, the majority of the things we have spoken about are on the list. Um,
Okay.
Okay.
is like you were saying, and like I was telling, politics are everything. Everything are politics.
Yes.
In a nothing way, I could say, there is nothing I could discuss on this program that ain't gonna involve politics.
It,
But me can't come
politics,
in and
right?
tell you, hey, there's politics in there. So,
Yes.
I mean, when we were talking about, when I was trying to talk about division and these type of things, and how we could come together, um, we don't teach people about black voting. We don't teach people about power politics. And I'm talking about from a community perspective. Um, Rasta, you are a teacher, right? Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You are a teacher. You were part
Yes,
of
and I
the
was, and I,
teacher. You were part of the teachers
Same
yes,
here in high
union as
school.
well.
yes, yes. I was a vibrant
Um,
member of the union.
um, would you say the teachers union is an effective union in Nevis?
That still function? That still function, your son? This
Um,
teachers union function?
it it is not as effective as it could be and should be, and part of it is part of it is because of the fact that they don't have the numbers. So I don't know for now, and I don't know
I
who is
mean the
at the
number
helm
of
and so on, and how
teachers.
much is done in terms of numbers of teachers who are members of the union. Because there was a time when a lot of teachers and so on felt like the union was not out there enough and was able to represent them enough. And to some extent, some felt, even to some extent, that some were afraid of political lashback and so on, having to address a lot of the issues would have to be addressed to these, whether it's ministers and premiers and so on. So we would have had some of those issues. However, though, um, the union was
There's a
still
feedback coming in the phone. Atlan, that's your
strengthened.
phone. A feedback coming in the line there. Yeah, good, much better.
They
Nice.
was still strengthened. The union was still strengthened by not just being a Sinkis Nevis union, but also being a part of the Caribbean Teachers Union, and also affiliated with some other international teachers unions, which give credence to them as a union. So from a power standpoint, the union do have a lot of power, but from the local standpoint, because they don't have the numbers, um, to some extent they're not they don't get to do, and sometimes too, depending on the leadership, if they're not strong enough, that vocal people out there who really have no fear of whether politician or whatever, whoever, if you don't have those kind of teachers and so on, then the union would be kind of dormant. So in that sense, that's how I look at it.
Wouldn't the union hire some kind of representation though, so that it's not really like the teachers and them getting the lashback, but whoever this face you hire to go out and represent your interests.
um you see, the thing is, finance, unless maybe the union would have connections, and sometimes what happens there is on the local level. That's where maybe they have to tap into the regional and or international organizations to get that kind of representation. But usually, when you have the local battles, the people who would fight the local battles would be the leadership, so to speak, of the teachers union, whoever make up the executive body and so on.
You could give me a general estimate of how many teachers there are, how much you think there are in Nevis? Just how much
No,
you think?
to be honest, I
Well,
really don't know, because I've been out of teaching for a while, and I'm sure a lot of members and even leadership would have changed during that time. Because like,
200.
when I left, I
Well, you
don't
have
think
left
so. I
over
don't think you got a
500
couple
teachers.
hundred teachers.
Wait, what?
I don't
What are
think
you
the
talking,
membership. I
saying?
don't think the membership.
No,
I
I
don't
mean
think the
in
No,
membership
no,
of
no,
the
I'm
no,
talking
union.
about
no, no.
not in the union, you
No,
know.
we're not talking about the membership. We're talking about teachers in general.
Not in the union, in general.
Oh, in
Not in
general,
the
oh,
In
union.
teachers.
general.
Oh, okay, yeah. Maybe,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe somewhere between two to 300 teachers. Somewhere it should be around somewhere in the ballpark
I,
there. It could be more. I mean,
I had,
maybe
I had, I
less.
had a like, I had it close up to like close four up there, four something. I could be with the preschool, everybody, is a lot, and then decking all this different stuff.
The
And
Nevis
them
Teachers Union probably would be able to give you that kind of information, because they would have had
it's a lot of
those kind of
people.
statistics. Like I could
And
remember that was one of the
with those
cries when we
people,
were there,
yes.
that they needed to have more. But you see, the thing is, um, it's teachers who are union members, and it's teachers who would be expected to go around to go to the various schools and so on, to have these discussions, or to try to mobilize and encourage teachers to. So sometimes you don't get that kind of support, because the government now go and send teachers to go get teachers who go rally against them. So sometimes you got to do these things after school, and then some people have other commitments, children. So sometimes I guess it's kind of tough, and I guess so a lot of unions, especially in Nevis, seemingly is not that vibrant and as active, and I don't think people understand sometimes, to some extent, maybe the powers of unionizing and coming together and forming, whether it's community groups and organizations and cooperatives and so on. So that is something maybe we need to consider, in what can help to be a part of unity or the unification of our people by seeking to
Um,
do these things.
well, I think that this is at the heart of um, things, strategies that you could imply in order to
Again, a little feedback in the line there. Kind of your phone close the mic or somewhere, Alan. Again, a little feed the
no,
line.
me phone no close the mic, but I
But the
might got
feedback
to
will come
finish.
through.
I might got to finish the show without me, cause
You got to
it
go.
is yeah. No. In terms of the feedback, they got the feedback. Now I'm gonna run. I don't know what kind of. Me not
I
have my
got
phone.
you. Understandable.
I'm a laptop with it.
All right, cool. No
So
problem.
so so.
No, well,
But
he
you
ain't all
hear
that
it?
terrible
You are
because we could
hearing
hear
it?
you, but just that.
Of course, that's what I mean. Good.
But
No
I
problem.
could hear the feedback. I could hear the feedback.
Okay,
Right. See, like when you
gone
take it off,
again.
I could hear. So all you could do maybe, Alan, in the meantime, when you're not talking, maybe you just turn off your mic. You know what I mean? In the meantime, and that could work.
Yeah. That's what
Cause
that's what I
Can be
does do.
yeah,
Alan.
that
Yeah, that's what
yeah,
that's what
And
I
this
does
is
do.
how.
I does mute my mic when me not talk.
yeah. So yeah. So other than that, yeah, we should be good. But yeah, Banky. Like like these are some serious times, and um,
No,
we
no.
we talk about.
Well, what I was telling you now, cause
Mhm,
how people got to think about this power politics thing and this black voting thing is not necessarily like you got to get no majority. What you wanna do is you wanna bring enough people to the table to have a say, and that's all what this
mhm,
thing is about. And where you could find groups together, whether it's the agriculture union, whether it's fishermen's union, and then what you might end up and find out is that these different unions have things in common. Where you find these bigger things have things in common, that are when now you can really actually start a political party. But it start off with people actually exercising their right to freedom of assembly, and people coming together with common interests and just saying, look, yo, what are the issues that we are facing, and not issue as in what issue I facing alone as a man, what issue me I face as a man, but how are we sharing the same issue? Because if all of us share the same issue now, that's when now we could collectively put people in the positions to address the issues we have in a society, in my estimation. Um, when you was talking about agriculture, I wanted to say that I agree with both of you. More so with Banky, because one of the things I wanted to ask was, if agriculture is being neglected by NRP, CCM, isn't it an NRP to be out there? Because even as you were saying it, they were coming to me. How come nobody is out there talking about this is what we're gonna do for agriculture? Because even in the boiler industry,
That's
you
the whole
see, you
point.
see, yeah, you see a lot of people come out. You see a lot of different people looking like they're interested in this
Yes,
thing. So
definitely.
so why
Yes.
you ain't talking about the incentives? Why be you gonna do when
Yes.
you get in, when you see the deficiency in agriculture? I was even there thinking, to an extent, one of the ways how CCM has missed the ball when we're talking about down Indian Castle is the fact that down there is understaffed. So you're
Yes.
talking about how come they ain't
Big
gone
time.
gone gone over to the other part, when in
Exactly.
actuality they ain't
Of
put
course.
the required staff for the first part
And
yet. Really and
and
truly,
tools. And
we
tools. That's it. And proper
understaffed, and
management.
and they
And proper management.
and they equip all these
Yes.
type of things. If
Yes.
Indian Castle was as successful as what the premier was saying, you in the press conference, you would have started to hear things about this is the monthly yield for this fruit, and this is how much we sell, and you would have also hear as a result of that they hire this amount of people from the community in a St. George's down there. You ain't hearing none of that. So when we're thinking about why they can't move over to what they have, which part they got right now ain't stable, is just good enough so that when culture armor come, you could keep something in the front part. Can't nobody going on in the back part where everything overgrown and them type of things there.
Well,
You
Alan,
only got to present the face.
I don't know if you quite got my point. The reason why I was alluding to that other piece over there, it wasn't to say that they should move over there. I was just pointing out how they are not serious about agriculture. And so if you were serious, if you're really serious, you wouldn't clean up a piece of land and leave it to come back to go spend the same amount of money to clear it again. So what I was pointing out
But you
is the
don't, but you
seriousness,
don't
is
know how much you're
how
gonna
these
pay.
people are not
You know how much
serious.
you're gonna pay.
Um, so in relation to the Indian castle orchard, that what you said I totally agree with, because that in itself, Banky did very well when he was there with that limited stuff and whatever management skills, and he was able to,
Take
if
four, five
put out
people.
within that time frame. However, um, even he know and would agree that over they could have do with a couple more people in order to
Of
put it
course,
and help
of
it to bring
course.
it to another level where it really should go. And that is another opportunity, as you pointed out, Alan, for even the minister to say that he provide work for people in his community by giving some of these same people who might be at risk and who they say may be
Yes,
involved in crime or
of
whatever,
course.
an opportunity to get employment and be a part of something that is not just, don't even put the agricultural side of it, but just something that is
Hmm.
successful and is on the map. Because there would have been another, place that put the, well, not it was, because it was already becoming an international spot where people would want to come and visit, come to the island, and it was like one of the number one spots that people wanted to visit. And so I'm totally in agreement with you. All I was saying though, the reason I was bringing these examples is to show that these people cannot be serious about 25 by 25, and they cannot be serious about agriculture if they are going to be making these kinds of investments, wasting the taxpayers' money, and also that we are not holding them accountable. And that is why I didn't want to go down the lane of the NRP side of it, because I didn't want people to think that these comments is like about now partisan. This is like you as a citizen, as an individual,
Yeah,
being able to
but
hold your
okay.
minister or whoever they be accountable. So I'm not discrediting the point that we should also hear, because yes, if you're an opposition party, yes, you should have um somebody line up to tackle these things and address these things and say, well, what you are going to do. So I'm not totally trying to dismiss that point. What I am pointing out is the fact that even without any political side trying to bring this to the fore, we as the average individual just looking at this should be able to say, "Boy, this is madness, because this is over." I think I don't know how much is for the poultry machine, or how much ever it is, how much ever millions done gone, right? You can't get it back, and you're still paying money to store it. We don't know how much
Remember, you
exactly
know,
it is rumored.
you move.
Uh-huh.
Remember your son. They moved the pawn. The pawn was based right there next to the abattoir. They moved the pawn where you put the animals, the animals and different stuff. The
So when
poultry.
so you said they
They
move it,
moved it
it's relocated, it
all
just
over in
gone.
yeah, it's relocated over. They put it over. In the I mean, they're still working on it. If it's completely finished over at Madden's, they move it over at Madden's. So I'm not sure what if the pound have so the land that they're clean, how they go back up a bush and happen or something. So these things, Virginia can't clean land and the serious. If you're not gonna if you're just gonna
So that's
clean
the
land
point.
because
That's
of
the
money to
point that I
spend,
was making,
you're not
Alan.
serious.
Sorry, Alan. That's more so what I was trying to point out. So it's not about them moving over there. And like I wasn't even thinking about that, like moving over. I was just saying that
Yes,
if you're
pound is
serious
not
about
there.
agriculture, you wouldn't make such an investment and allow that investment to just go. Because like Banky point out, he just clean up for a vehicles over there by his uncle place over there over by Mansa. And from Banky
I
clean up,
want more land.
either
I
the
don't want a
same day
land. I want more
or the day
land. I
after,
don't tell the minister, the government
Banky
that I
start
need more land.
planting. And he also
You know,
pointed
waste
out
time,
that he got
brethren.
all the equipment that he needed, fencing and all that. So this is
Before I
showing that
start,
somebody is serious
you know,
because
waste
you're
time.
putting in an investment and Banky is expecting to get some returns in 3 to 6 months. And if you're serious about business and agriculture, that is your thinking. That you invest X amount of thousands of dollars up front and by at least 3 to 6 months, because you're gonna get some 3 months crop, you're gonna get some 6 months crop, and you're gonna get some probably some 9 months and longer term crop.
I don't got six
And so
weeks. I don't
at
got six
some
weeks crop. I got okras and string beans and stuff. So
okay.
by the first week in
So
November, I
so
start
you
harvest.
understand with that kind of concept, you should be making money at least for the whole year.
Yes,
So the money
all
where you
year round.
spend, you must bring back some returns on that. You might make back all, but you might be able to make back a quarter, a half, and that's what business is
It's a
concerned.
lifetime thing, you
So if you're
know.
gonna take up $400,000, clean up some land, and left it to come back to clean it up again, that's just wasting money, and that's what I'm saying. And until the people can see that and say, well, a whole cause it's not
Um,
this is not got to do with a party. This just got to do with
um,
somebody doing a
hold
job
on.
and is not being
What?
responsible with the job that they're doing.
Rasta. Hold on. Let me clear up some liability concern. As far as this 400,000 where you keep on saying, that is a figure that daily estimated.
No, 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 no,
Uh, uh,
no,
Go ahead.
No, the
no,
premier
Speaking,
said that. The
no,
speaking.
premier said that.
no,
The premier,
no.
no, the
That's a
premier
that's
said
a number
the
that the
last,
premier gave. The premier
yes,
gave a
400
figure.
and
The
something,
last figure
wherever.
that he had
Yes,
when he was
Okay.
counting, it was four
I
hundred
stand
thousand
up.
plus. So
I
that
stand
was
up.
not
yes.
daily. This is
I
this is
I
this is a figure that the premier gave. So that
Rasta.
is his
I
number I
say
am using.
Rasta. I say I stand up. I say I
Yes.
stand up.
So and he said uncounted.
When you win,
So
take the
that was a
win.
figure uncounted. So I'm still being modest. I'm still being modest with the number
Okay.
because you said
No,
four
no, yes,
four
son,
hundred
yes, son.
thousand uncounted
The
plus.
other figure, the other
I
figures is made up numbers in highfalutin numbers made up. The only person who could know what
um
numbers anything actually cost was between the PS and the ministers who have to clean that land and whoever seen the numbers. Nobody else can know that. You understand? And Daly should know that because Daly
But you see
was a PS in
Banky,
agriculture. You see what I mean? So he should
but
know these things.
Banky, see the other thing I'm
Yes.
talking about, and this is where I come back to. Because it shouldn't just be left to the premier to come and give us these kind of answers and give us these kind of figures. We are paying these other ministers, whether they're junior or senior, we are paying them, and they should be
You have a minister
accountable
of
and should be
agriculture.
coming to us to report on the stewardship. We how come
No,
over
yes,
two
and they
years and we
know they
never
choose
had
not
no
to.
opportunity to talk to? We never had any opportunity. So how the people allow that to happen then? How you could be paying some people to work for you, supposed to be doing things for you, and reporting to you. The premier, no, he's supposed to. So I can't vex with he. He doing the part. He coming and at least,
Yes,
even though
son.
he come every month, I might tell you, but he ain't got nothing to report and he ain't gonna update. At least
Yes.
he's coming. But we ain't got an
But yes,
opportunity and
son.
we settle with it. And this is what I'm saying. Like, me and understand how we as a people settle with these things.
Yes, son. You know, along with the listeners, knows that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, when it comes to politics and the civil servants and them, the citizens who become a politician the next day use their strength and their vindictive ways against the workers. They control the PS, they control the directors, and they put people who go and suck up to them and kiss the bottom and do all kind of things to them, whatever. You understand? That's just what it is. They don't got a backbone. They can't tell these ministers this is not the way. You see what I mean? You have to be a yes, 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 yes. They don't have no backbone, brethren. The ministers and them control the directors and PS and got them like children. You see what I mean? Soft, 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 soft. That is the problem within our system. We see so much of confusion and all this different stuff. I understand that when it patches, patches should be having a show and Navy's culture next week. You understand about what money was spent and the cultural complex, whatever, for the casting and all this different stuff and what the total bill was. So let me hear Patrice get this information. Okay, Patrice, you say a guy about Nevis. Well, I want to hear Patrice going to talk about, and let's see who want to comment and see if the minister then will come out and start banging him out when Patrice don't let off on him and what money was spent and what the total bill was. So we will know next week. We'll still
Banky,
no, we will know next week.
Banky,
When Patrice do his show, we will know.
Banky. I am tired. I am tired of this foolishness, Banky. Is this is what I keep talking about online? You know, is this mediocrity? This um this this total blatant disrespect in some cases that we are settling with is what is causing a lot of this. Because the reality is, a lot of these things that we have to wait for somebody to come out, or we have to have some, what like a whistleblower, or somebody come out and bring out some kind of information, and then these people have to come back to do some damage control or to try to say, well, okay, it ain't so, ain't really so, it is so.
Mm-hmm.
They were the ones who were supposed to bring the information to us first, so we shouldn't have to go fight to investigate these things. These things that we should know is what is being kept a secret. Like, for example, even with the CBI, all this argument that we are arguing and saying, oh, we should know how much passports sell, and we should, that's the information that we should have had. When I listen to Grenada, Grenada give a report, and every year Grenada can say, well, okay, we make X amount every year, and that. Why couldn't that be happening on St. Kitts and Nevis as well? But we sit back and we allow a lot of things we just take for granted, that lack of accountability, lack of holding them accountable, and lack of demanding that they consult and report back to you. I mean, sometimes we hear about some of these meetings and these leaders go out and sign on to a lot of things that we have no discussions about, and things that we should discuss, and then things happen in the country, and then people start to kick up, and then you hear, well, you know, we had signed on to this back in 2000 and whatever 19 whatever, and these are some of the things that that has been happening on a regular. The other day, I don't know, I was listening to, I happened to bump into a program, I think it was on Freedom, Win FM, and it included couple of members from LGBTQ society and St. Kitts and Nevis that says that they have been legally operating for over 10 years, working with all of the governments. I think it was
Mm-hmm.
part of the push, whatever case they had that caused the AG at that time to run in the House and made whatever amendments to the Buggery bill and so on in the
Mm-hmm.
Federation. Now, all of these things here, like all of these things here, the
Yes,
people had no
son.
consultation with this, you know, we had no
But yes,
say
son.
in these matter, you know. These things were just done.
Yes, son.
Yo,
Do you know ZIZ have a, an adder playing more than 3 times a day about the same LGBTQ alphabet letters about wherever. And do you know it just had a men netball championship competition hosted here in St. Kitts and Nevis? Virgin, I said, let me go look
well,
news.
okay,
I tell me why me not gonna wait, but trust me, it's 98% females man top there. Okay, so which means they pushing them agenda, and even females who
well,
play
no,
netball
I
in
don't
sporting it.
totally agree with that part, the Banky.
Which
No,
part?
I'm not going to agree with that part, Banky.
Which part?
Um, because it seems like you want to make it kind of like you want to
Which
make certain
part?
sports sexist, and I don't want to agree with that.
Which part?
I don't think netball is limited to. I don't think netball is
What?
limited to females. Netball. I don't think netball is
Okay.
limited to females. I don't want to sexualize the sports like that.
Yes.
Because you have female basketball teams, you got female cricket teams, you have female
Yes.
football
Of
teams.
course.
So I don't see just
But
because
when you
I
ain't
don't
got a
see nothing wrong with
netball
male
team, but
nurses.
when you got a netball
Typically,
team and you have
the
night,
mindset.
yes son, yes son,
Typically,
yes son,
our
yes son,
mindset.
yes son,
Yo,
yes son.
uh-huh.
If you want to have a netball
Mm-hmm.
team,
Yes, I'm
Trinidad,
listening.
America, Britain, St. Vincent, St. Kitts Nevis, St. Lucia, and you got on 98% panel team, then you to 100%. me could not be on the team, the virgin. Not with all the antics. Them no go and hustle a woman. Antics. You mad? That normal. That the normal. You have a one or two basketball players, but a 99% me tell about. So what you promote is obviously just say
A
you got
sport,
to
you're
get team
promoting a
or whatever
sport.
it is.
You you
That's
you
fine, but
you you're
just but it's obvious.
destigmatizing.
It's plain.
You're destigmatizing the
Not
sport.
me.
I don't totally agree
Which
with
one?
that, Banky.
Netball?
I think the sport has been, yeah, the sport has been over the years considered like a female thing, and I think they're destigmatizing it. And I guess, like I say, I would use the example of male nurse. We got the stigma that nurses is just men. I'm sorry, nurses are just
Yes.
females, and you got male nurses too. And so
Yes,
I
and
don't
the me,
quite
me not, what you
accept
mean,
that part
my
there in the
point
sense
is,
of
what I'm saying,
looking at. I,
my
I
point is,
don't
let
look
me
at it
tell
as
you,
trying to promote an agenda.
who there, no, is an
You're
agenda,
entitled to
because
your
me
view,
and
you
them
know.
had
But I'm just
discussion.
telling you that
Me not
me no
give
see
you,
it so. Me no see
anybody's
it
view,
so.
when now, when you not been there, but everybody who there, even them who, Ministry of Sports, even them know the agenda, because even them got it as a joke, you understand, but they got to go through with it, you see, even them who did it, a laugh after it, and me the day, wait upon and see what going on, so I do another thing, because me can,
I hear Alan
it's
quiet behind there. Alan quiet behind there. I want to hear Alan view.
was it was too dramatic for me
Alan,
and too dramatic
you
for
quiet behind there. I
argument.
want to hear
Um,
your interjection.
the only thing that I learned from this discussion is that they organize themselves,
Mm-hmm.
they they use politics and the legal
Yes,
system, and they were able
that's
to gain their rights.
that's it.
Y'all are going back and forth about a number of things that I am not concerned about. The one thing that I am concerned about is that they organize themselves,
Of course.
and
Well
I
organized too.
even because one of the things that y'all would say as a negative, which I look at as a positive, and they push their agenda.
Of course.
When I look at these scenarios, all I ask myself is, for example, in agriculture, why is this happening? Are the people in agriculture coming together to push a unified agenda, understanding that regardless of if me got an acre and he got five, I'll be a
Exactly.
farmer. You see what
Collective.
I'm
That's it.
saying? When
That
it
ain't
comes to
happening.
sports, all of this, and really and truly, this is because this is not in civics, eh? When we talk about this power politics and this black voting and this collective the collectivity, this more is like you got to sensitize the people and them to the fact that in order to really get things done within the system that we do have, is it's not about you individually but rather the collective. So where we could get together and have discussions and realize that by we got common interests, and we got these things where we wanna push for. In those scenarios, that no, I think that we would be able to shift the needle from a political perspective for the betterment of yourself. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like that's where the thing got to go. And as I said, that's an example, because really and truly, you know which part of the thief that from? Black people. And you know how,
Yep.
because black people in America realize that in order to change certain things, we got to be part of the system. That's what um, the civil rights movement was about, using the system to your advantage. You know? And when them people decide down in the soul, they ain't going on them bus,
Mm-hmm.
and they're gonna support their own. that was because them I realized by if we really move on a collective basis, we have an impact. When I go
Yeah, but then
vote,
they're gonna affect it money wise. It's gonna affect them too. And that's why it's all about economic.
So
what
so Alan,
gonna happen? Remember, you build up yourself, you know. That's what I mean. That's how come I say we gonna end up on this side. No, we gonna support we own self. If me gonna call the plumber. What me know, me
Mm-hmm.
partner. You understand?
Yes.
And that's how we gonna build up we communities. Yeah. So what I was saying, yes.
but that you know falls right into us being able to organize more unions and cooperatives, and the part of the problem that we have seemingly especially on Nevis. I don't know what was the history with unions and Nevis especially, why there is that kind of negative pushback towards union, and there is that kind of crab in a barrel mentality that is still amongst our people, and this saying where a lot of us keep up this thing where they say partnership is leakyship, and that kind of mentality that is still kind of prevalent amongst our people. So that is why you find there's not a lot of, as you would see in other groups of people, companies and corporations. Yes, you have the long standing like TDC and Haswards and so on, where some of these earlier guys see that vision and was able to come together and create organizations like that. But you don't see a lot of that, because a lot of us, and okay, like for example, I see it with the Chinese, for example. um 3 or 4 Chinese supermarkets we put together and bring in one container. They partition it off. I mean, this guy in this for you, and this guy in that for you, and that guy in that for you. Um, but we know, because of pride and these kind of things, you're gonna want to bring in your container, and your container only quarter full, and you're gonna want to bring in your own container, and you want only quarter full, and bank you gonna want to bring in your own container. When we could have come together and bring the
Of
one
course.
container,
Network.
and then we would be
Split the
things will be
cost.
more competitive. But we still don't have that kind of mindset, and so I think there's a need to also help to get that kind of teaching and indoctrination into our people, that unions are critical. Is good to have that kind of group, um, and having corporations. So, like as you talk about agriculture, that's one of the things that's lacking. Um, there are some cooperatives on the island. I don't know how strong, and these are some of the same issues that the teachers union have, where you have some of these corporations, but in terms of the effectiveness and the numbers, so that they can do certain things, um, it doesn't happen. And like, this is one of the things that I found, even me doing certain things right now in the field. There's a lot of agencies that are willing to give funding, sometimes even grants, but they would prefer to work with a cooperative or a corporation, a group of maybe say 12 people and more, where it's structured, and you have your manager and your secretary and your accountant and what I mean, your other members and so on, with the different portfolios and so on. And so, yes, there is a need for us to do some more education in regards to those aspects. Unionize, farming, as you say, power politics in the sense of group organizations and so on. Some sort of education is necessary in order for us to achieve this for the future generations.
Um, the other thing why I was wondering is that if you are looking to be a minister of agriculture,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
um, it would seem to me that the way is open to say a lot of things, and not just to criticize what is going on, but to
Yes.
actually lay out a plan as to how you see Nevis moving forward. With regards to the 2025 vision, I don't know if I had tell her, but that all of them are going to do that they're going to change it into the 2030 vision next year. Something
Of
really
course.
me done with the 2025. I
It's
don't
beyond.
feel
It's
like
beyond, of course.
yeah, I don't think neither island is gonna get there. Um, but they will say that they made great strides. Listen, me go tell her the
Yes.
speech now, no? They have made great strides in this time, and they have certainly put the infrastructure in place, and all indications say that by whenever X time, you got to
Up to
2030.
the end of next
So
year,
so
you have the end of next year, though.
2030, 2030.
listen, I don't care what them do between now and next year. They can't reach them milestone they what them supposed to reach. So um all of this gonna be in this speech, and they're gonna promise that by 2030 this time, for sure,
Well, hopefully
certainly.
by next year we get the poultry thing get kicked off miraculously. A magic wand is waved and everything work out with the poultry
Um,
farm.
well, I hear that Sinkits have theirs. I'm not saying that they're not gonna make a dent,
This thing is working. Think is
but
working
but
along with the Taiwan to set up the yeah.
yeah, I feel like overall the goals and them what they are being asked to achieve. Ain't some of them ain't like to reduce like you spend what you're bringing in by 50% and them type of things. Eh?
Yes, reducing we're bringing in
Yeah.
20, yes, by 25%.
Or is
But
only 25%? Even if
well,
it's
Yeah, it's
hopefully to reach up to
25.
25%.
50%. Yeah, even if they reach if they reach it to 20, 30 or more, but that is the aim, at least 25% to reduce it,
Oh,
bring it down.
So that's why it's
I
25
listen.
by 25.
I if they reach two, if they reach 2.5%, I will give them
Mm-hmm.
credit for that. But I not 25, not that. Between now and next
All
year,
right.
no,
Yes.
no, that shall not be happening.
Well,
Not in my
we don't
estimation.
know what plan we don't know what
You
plans
know,
navies have and whatever plans they have. Well, we should the general public should have the plan. You see, with with this thing is you don't have no PRO coming from both department, and so you're still not having a lot of information in the general public eyes all the time. Once a week,
Um,
twice,
well,
once every two
well,
weeks.
well, you don't need a PRO. No? I mean, I
Yes.
know, I'm not gonna be able to have it um from week to
Well, they have
week,
the
all them kind of
communication. They have
things
the
there.
communication section. So the PRO is the communication section. Each department have a communication department. They're getting
Yeah,
paid to
but
go out and yeah, and they have the
what
director and the PS and other.
what I mean is that ultimately, at the end of the year, we are
Yes,
gonna see the numbers for what we bring in for chicken, and we're gonna hear them and all this type of thing.
of course.
So
Yes,
so
true.
even though they not tell me week to week,
Yes.
it, the budget got to read
But as
at
you talk
some
about that, let me
stage
big
in
up the
time.
abattoir. Let me big up Gary Griffin. Already prepping for Christmas for his
Mm-hmm.
hams and different stuff. Gary now waste time, That one thing. I gotta big up Gary, and I want
Yeah.
Gary to get at least a 33% raise. Like the even say 45%, man. Gary deserve a 50% raise now, way more than these ministers. 100% raise. This guy been adding so much value added product and training so much people in the private area and different and not getting any additional pay. He deserve extra pay, and that is the problem in the agriculture department. You cannot be using your workers. You cannot be using your workers and just want to give them a plaque and then pat them and laugh after them when done. We need to get out of this kind of way. And then you cannot have people winning their seat in politics and get them home and sit down. They need to be put to work. Put them somewhere to manage with the solid waste, but in agriculture, whatever the specialties is, put them. We need to get away from the system where you run, you win your seat, and all you have to do go in the house twice and show up for the more and so you get a paycheck. But you're not doing work. We need to come better than this, Virgin, as a people. we say it to wise and because you're
Well,
not
if you're
supposed
not
to
got nobody to give
carry
account
part of
to,
the government.
if nobody holding you accountable,
What?
Those are things that change.
if you ain't got nobody hold, if you don't got nobody holding you accountable, you could afford to do what you want to do.
Yes, I want to challenge you on that point. You feel like NRP and CCM working together to make sure that CCM win the election.
Yeah, but if you in your seat and you're being put
No,
in a position to
yeah,
manage a department,
I
go
understand.
ahead.
I understand all of that part. There. I asking a different
Yes.
question.
Okay.
And this is for the two I too. Cause I don't say that them those work together.
Of
So
course.
you feel like NRP does work to with CCM to lose election. You feel like that is what has happened.
No. Wait, man.
Okay.
Let me see if you're interpreting me right.
Okay,
When
guys.
you say we say that they work together, what you mean?
Yeah.
How did you interpret that that saying?
You
Because for me,
you,
when okay, go ahead.
you say that they communicate well together. Basically, you say anytime anything happen, them and just stop home and laugh. Whether it make them look good or not. Apparently, the man just stop home and laugh because they don't know how they gonna come and talk about it and then kind of thing. You say they work
Okay.
they
When
with regards to Banky said
Okay,
that
that was
they're
banking.
members of and that's how come I said to Banky. With
Right. Okay.
regards to
Yes.
Banky,
Yes.
Banky said that they're members of the same boys clubs and them
club.
kind of thing there. I don't
Yes.
recall you opposing that, by the way. I don't recall you
Mm-hmm.
saying Minago so far. I recall you letting that slide several times. By the way, even though you said, even though you said, even though you said, nah, you said so. You know say you disagree. You stop there.
Uh-huh.
You're like, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Fair enough.
So
Fair enough.
all of them are biased. So I'm
Yes.
asking a
Uh-huh.
question. Since them are
Mm-hmm.
partner, you
Mm-hmm.
tell that the election and them fake. And at the end of the day, NRP working with CCM, CCM working with NRP. CCM just don't know that if them are gonna lose, and even when they say them are gonna sue one another, all of that they fake.
No. Alan, see it this way. Two basketball team going to play a game. Them man gonna argue and cuss and go on with one another. But at the end of the game, it's a game. And them man might go to
Them
party
say it's a
and
game,
drink
you know.
and laugh and it's a game.
And them so
That's
all
what
the
it is at the
time.
end of the day. So
Okay.
that's the point that
Last
we're making in the sense of
So so so
they're
so
working. So
so,
the strategies that they may
so wait
use to
wait
win
wait
the game.
wait hold on.
Uh-huh.
So pause right there. So
Mm.
ultimately, for example, Janice right now does have a job as part of the game to oppose the government.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
But,
Yes.
but regardless of what happened,
Mm-hmm.
she good as long as she is part of the game.
Yeah. She's gonna be taken care of because she's getting a steady salary and whatever the perks of the state and whatever other benefits of
And
being
and
a part of
and
her Majesty's loyal
and
opposition.
and as long as you become part of the game, automatically,
so so where's the
Kekaya.
opposition where's the opposition office?
No, there is no
No,
opposition
me
office because
nobody office. Let me hear it. Let me hear that.
There's no opposition in the Navy.
I didn't hear the
no,
last
I
part
no.
of
just
Alan question.
Um, Banky, you're confused. Just because there's not a leader of the opposition, so there's nobody to sit down on the opposition benches.
yeah, but I'm asking where's the office? Where's there no office?
because there's no leader of the
There's no office
opposition.
because they're gonna well
I don't answer you.
that is a whole that's a whole interesting um
There is not an
discussion
in a
in
in a
itself.
interesting neither. In an interesting neither. Nobody
It just
is
have
able to
opposition.
come
It
at.
just have opposition. It just have
He just
opposition
got
then.
opposition. He just got
Why
opposition.
you ain't
That's it.
Understandable.
why you ain't why
Understandable.
you ain't interesting? It's interesting. It's interesting because
Go ahead.
there's a history. There's a history
Mm-hmm.
that shows that even though there was not a leader of the opposition, there was an office made available for the lone representative of the opposition party.
I
So
have a question.
it
I
is
have a
only
question.
fair to ask
I have
that
hold on.
question.
Hold on. So you are telling me that in a scenario where there was one representative, that person was
But
the
this
leader
is
of
the
the
time of
opposition.
breaking up.
You say when he had one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm
in a
frozen right now, so I ain't hear you.
oh
No,
Lord.
he was
I was
saying you said one when there was one, there was opposition. They had the person had the office. But what? But the office was for the was for the leader of the opposition, and the office was for
No, it was
so the
just an
office was
office
really
afforded to the member of the opposition, and that was the
good,
thing. So
good.
technically, it wasn't if you want to call it a legislated office. It was something that
I would
was done
So, so it's supposed to
on
happen then.
the
So it should not happen then.
n-
I should not
I would
happen.
technically no.
I would
Wow,
like to respectfully disagree with you. From my recollection of the situation, is that Van Samru
Uh-huh.
appointed the man as the leader of the opposition
man.
when he didn't have to do it.
Appointed who?
Oh,
Appointed who?
This is this
Mr. Parry?
is yes, and a lame guy
that's
senator. I think this is
yes.
the election to this is 2001 when CCM win 4-1 and only Parry win a seat.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so
who was
that
the
would have
But,
been that
but
scenario. So what? But that
yeah,
scenario continued with
PO.
when Parry removed,
Yes,
and
yes.
then right.
I agree with you with all of that. I want to move all past all of that. What I want to ask you is
Okay, got it.
this. In a
Mm-hmm.
circumstance when there are two representatives, what is supposed to happen? Not one. We gone past the one
No,
now.
no,
We
no.
got two.
Hold on. No, I am going based on the fact that,
Mm-hmm.
well, let me not say fact, but the understanding that
Mm-hmm.
the reality is you should have a leader of the opposition. So the office really was supposed to represent the leader of the opposition, right?
Uh,
No?
I would like to point out that the Constitution, because listen, I went through this afternoon. No. So the
Mm-hmm.
Constitution envisions and allows the Attorney General to act in situations where there is no leader of the opposition. So the Constitution and I realize sometimes somebody might lose nil.
Of
But
course.
guy,
But then, but within that point, in somebody's supposed to elect the leader to appoint
no,
someone. You
listen,
don't have to.
listen and hear what I tell you. It, we,
Yes.
what really going on is this. If you have a leader who is secure about their position within a country,
Mm-hmm.
think about Mia Matley. Mia Matley ain't concerned about in Barbados. She winning 30 seat out of 30.
Yes. Of
Mm-hmm.
course.
So by her grace, she decided I ain't concerned that I win 30 out of 30. I confident enough,
The
I
point.
secure enough in myself,
Of
and,
course.
and this is a democracy. Of course, I'm gonna have a
Your
leader of the
person.
opposition, and not only that, you're gonna get your office too. Even though I don't win no seat,
But here is not the
that no
same.
mean
The politics is different. The politics is different.
that's it.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
but
hold
that's
on,
it.
Banky. Let me
Politics
hear, let me hear.
it's different politics. That's by
That's
choice. She
Alan.
did
That's
that
all
by
you were saying.
choice. Yes.
Well, all I'm
It's
saying
a
is
choice.
it come down to that particular leader
Okay.
and
Let me ask the next
how much
question there.
grace they have and how secure they are in themselves. That's all I'm saying.
So
Got it.
the
Okay.
question is, could the premier had so you must I guess to be the leader of the, you must have to win the seat to be the leader of the opposition? Have to be a parliament representative?
Well, what me I try to get at with Yason is like, in order to be the leader of the opposition, two things must happen. You got to win your seat, as you say, and you must command the support of at least one other person
Mm-hmm.
who was also elected. And the reason why I asked Yason, well, what happen if it's two people, which is what is happening now? So, okay, suppose for example, Sam Kane's party been win a seat. So Sam
Mm-hmm.
Kane's party win a seat and NRP win a seat. You gonna get
Yes,
to office for the opposition?
of course.
No, but they could share
How?
this space.
So
Yeah,
so
but
so
they're
you
all
go,
in opposition. One is just the leader of the opposition. They're all in opposition, but you just need one leader. Okay,
no
look
hear
at the
what I'm saying.
situation. Okay,
No
yes.
no if none of them just if he come into a tug of war like Janice and Cleo and none gonna support none. You know, I'm gonna leader the
Mm-hmm.
opposition. You only gonna opposition.
Yes, yes.
So who gonna get the office?
Share the office.
So
Share the
okay, let
office.
me
You can get two leaders.
hold on. Let me ask
No,
you a
no, no. It's
different
not about
question.
leadership. No, it's about.
No, no. Hold on. Let me try something different now. From the federal level. Right now
Mm-hmm.
in the opposition on the federal level, you got CCM, you got PLP, and you got PAM. I feel like the federal government I get all three of them there at opposition office. That's why I think going on.
No, 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 no. See, and this
But
is
it's
why
three
I said,
different
Alan.
parties. But it's three
I
different
went back to the
parties. But it's
point
three
in the
different
beginning.
parties. But remember, the premier
You
take the
said,
position
Alan.
of the opposition
Mm-hmm.
of the leadership.
No.
So where's the premier? So the premier
Okay,
have an
so
office in
Alan,
Sinkit as leader of the opposition?
Yeah. How you mean? The
You have an
premier
office in
10 man in
Sinkit.
one? Yeah,
So the premier have an office in Sinkit that is staff,
fully.
fully staff.
James Bond, James Bond level, ready to go, quartermaster everything.
But where the office there? Where the office there?
I don't know, somewhere in
Where the office
Basti.
there? You know? Really? So
Leader
okay,
what
of
the
the
staff will
so
do?
opposition.
Alan,
What is what the staff doing
Alan,
in there?
we're
Min-
going back to your point, right? You said that when it was under Joseph Parry, you said that the premier, Mr. Amri, then, even though Parry had one seat, he made Parry the opposition minister, minister of opposition, and gave him a senator, right? You said that that's what he did, right?
yeah, yeah, something to that effect.
So that mean, if that is so, so then that mean
But wasn't that
under
expected for him to be
Parry's,
is the only person and not give him? That was automatically he would have been the leader of the
hold on,
opposition.
hold
When
on,
you say give
I'm
him,
trying to.
No, no,
He didn't
because
have to do it. He didn't have to do it.
that's
okay,
how come I keep
and
on
had
tell
the
you,
support, and had
Banky.
the support. He
Oh,
stood for, he needed support for somebody
Right,
else.
right,
I got
right.
you.
So he didn't have the support.
Because
Yes,
remember
yes,
CCM win 4 seat. So if
yes,
they
yes,
win
yes,
four
yes.
seat,
Of
you
course,
automatically only got one. So nobody else could
yes,
support you.
of course. I got you.
So,
Okay.
so
Right.
yeah.
So Vance did a gracious thing that he did. He didn't have to. With
But Vance,
that
Right.
Vance also been secure himself.
yes, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, so that happened. If that is what it was, then that means Premier Parry functioned as Minister of Opposition when he had the office. My
Leader
impression,
of the opposition in a opposition. But go ahead.
sorry, leader of the opposition. Sorry, yes, leader of the opposition. Sorry, my bad. But from my understanding, I didn't understand that he was made leader of the opposition. The understanding
Yes.
that I got, that I had, was that he was a lone member, yes, and there was no minister of opposition, but an office was afforded to him. That was the understanding I have. And so what I understood that what
Okay.
Miss
Yes,
Stapleton
son.
continued, what Miss
Yes,
Stapleton
son.
continued was that that affording of the office that was made to the person, even though they
I
were not
good.
the
Yes,
You know, in
I
the
support.
opposition
Yes,
minister.
son. Yes, son. I support everything what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, no, we don't have one. No, we have two. So are the two of
Right.
them supposed to get an
but
office?
you have to
Well,
remember
well,
Cleon had
if it
one
could
of
be
seat.
afforded, if it could be afforded, but the thing is, like I said, because it is something that was
But
what is not legislated, so to speak, it was just an offer, a gesture. That's why I'm saying, okay, um, if there was a possibility that there could have been a shared space option, where because remember,
But
all it would have been the government. Wait, hold on, it would just be the government paying for the building, you know. So is the government making sure that the opposition got a space that they could have phone calls and they could have their printer and whatever, whatever,
for
whatever,
who
whatever.
gonna
yeah.
share this
So
space?
that is so
Who
share the
are we
He
share
space.
this
want
space? Yes, son.
he
Who?
want to put
Who?
he want to put people who don't not support each other in parliament in the same space.
In the
He
same
want
space.
yeah,
No,
he
no,
want to
no.
put Janice and Cleon in the same space. How
That make no sense.
But
what we
Alan,
talking
Alan,
about?
Alan,
Listen,
Alan.
Rastaman,
What was it?
Rastaman, he got to
Do you know? Do you
he
know the
got to
situation?
Rasta, he got to one leader. Ultimately,
Mm-hmm,
somebody got to be a hold the stick. He got somebody who hold
Yes.
the stick who in power, and he got somebody who hold the stick on the opposite side. Ain't got no two. We ain't gonna
mm-hmm,
do this or that. So he got to go one hold the stick. And
The
to,
question
to, to
is
look at to look at it now and to tell me now that by government got responsibility to fund all opposition offices. What? No.
no, 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 Alan,
No.
Alan. Don't you ain't get me. Remember I said clearly. I understand that it was a gesture that was offered. They didn't have to do it, so they didn't have to pay for the office. And just like no, they opted not to do it, so they got a right to do it. But I'm just saying, if you were gonna do it, and then the situation you asked me, no, since there is two, what to do. So I gave you a scenario. They could have found a way to share the office. They could have partitioned it off where the one guy one do. I don't know the structure of the office. I don't know how it was. If it was just an apartment
Mhm.
building or whatever. I was just looking at the fact that this money was going to be paid to the opposition members. So share the money. That's all I was looking at. I wasn't looking at the confusion part there. Or they stop it because they got the right to stop it. It was just some money that CCM decided to, the NIA decided to pay for an office that they shouldn't have had to pay for because there was no leader of the opposition. So technically, it was a gift, so to speak. So I am just saying, since the gift could have continued, well, the two of them could have shared it instead of, you know what I mean, one getting all the money, or one getting all the opportunities to print and do whatever, and phone call and whatever other things that was a part of paying for that office. Both of them could have benefited from it. That's all I
okay.
was
So
saying.
back up. So back up. So the situation that Cleon end up with the office that Parry have, that wasn't supposed to happen. You're saying generally then because nobody
There was no, there
because
was
there
no,
was not
there was no
no
leader of the
second person
opposition. 'Cause the
there.
office should be. the office should be for the leader of the opposition. But there was no leader of the
Yes.
opposition. But there was a lone
But what I'm saying,
opposition member. So based on what I
yes,
understood was that they decided out of their own
to appoint
will,
her,
goodwill if you want to
to
call it
appoint her,
goodwill, to pay for an
to appoint
office
her,
for that.
and appoint her. Didn't
No, no,
appoint.
no.
I don't remember when
She was not
he
appointed.
didn't
She was not
appoint. I
appointed
remember.
as opposition leader.
Vance appointed Parry. Vance appointed Parry, which was said.
But that's
So
according to Alan. That's according to Alan.
yeah.
No.
So
Alan
why
said
didn't the
that.
premier appointed her then? So why didn't the premier appointed
You
her
see,
then and give her
that's
a
why I
senator?
can't. That's
The
why I
problem would have
can't make the
solved right
argument
there.
there. I can't make the argument there because I am
But
only
just
going based on what
giving her the
Alan said
office.
in terms of that.
I
See,
understand.
I got Alan
Yes,
approach you. You know, Alan said, don't believe what nobody
But,
tell you. You know. Remember, Alan said in the
but, but,
beginning, don't believe what nobody tell you. You know.
of
Alan
course.
tell me so,
but,
but me no know it to be so. From
but
my understanding,
So
um
all these
uh,
are just choices that was made.
no, no,
But
Banky, when you say appointer, what you mean? Appointer as well.
the leader of the opposition, just how Vance did for Parry, why couldn't they do the same thing for her and give her a senator the same way? Just what Vance did to Parry. They could do the same thing
Who
to her
you
too. Choices.
okay.
Cleon,
for
when she was
who?
Go
given
back
her
to
seat,
Alan
when she
point.
had one,
Alan points. Alan said
Um
no, when
Vance
Cleon
was
had one her
sure
seat when
himself
Parry left, and she had,
and
and
secured himself.
yes, that's fine. We just, of course, because when Parry gave up her turnover to Cleon and she won her
uh,
seat, that
Banky,
I got
Banky,
yes.
I follow you in your Alan. I
um,
follow you in your Alan.
you, you don't catch on what taking place. Banky
Yeah, I
ain't
follow you in your
understand what me. Banky ain't understand what game is being played right now.
No,
Banky,
it's choices. It's
you,
choices. It's choices.
yeah,
Vance know
yeah,
what he's
but
doing.
no, listen,
It's
you see,
different politics.
you talk about know what he was doing and all this kind of Banky. What me try
Hmm.
to tell you, right? When
Yes,
you got full maximum level of confidence, when
of
you
course.
ain't feel like nobody gonna be thieving you no time, you're
You
cool.
can do anything you want. That's the whole point. So the
W- w-
position,
w-
I was not
when you
confident
is
then.
when you when you I left it for whoever. When you
I got
ain't
you.
confident,
I got
when you
you. Of
ain't
course, I got
when
you.
you ain't
I
to
read in the
show,
board, you know. I read in the board. I don't think I read in the board. I read
gonna
in the
be
board.
paranoid. Then you're gonna be paranoid
You're
at
paranoid. You're
everything what
paranoid.
taking
Of
place. At everything
course.
what taking place.
So
Everybody out to get you.
Vance was a totally confidence man then. Don't worry about nothing.
We know this. We
Different
have seen
leaders.
this.
Different, of course.
That's all.
I
That's
got
all
you,
I'm
Jim.
gonna say.
I got you.
That's all I'm gonna
Good, good point. Good point of view. Good.
say.
And your good
That's
night.
all.
That's a light moment.
And and
But
and on the another
hey,
and the another end, right? I just
in
feel
nine
like
minutes to
it.
11, I just giving you a heads up. In 9 minutes to 11, that's all I got to
I
say.
feel you.
Just
Uh,
all right.
and the other end, from a constitutional standpoint, I feel like that one they tough on the premier
Tough.
because yeah, no, the fact remains that right now, I
Mhm.
if Janice was in there by herself, he might have had a better case to say, you know what I'm saying? I should be the leader of the opposition. But the
Okay,
fact
so
remains that there is somebody else in there,
That's
and
if
you do not
that's
have
if
her support.
according to what you're saying,
so,
Alan. That's if
so
it
right
is
now,
factual according to what you're saying, Alan, in the sense that Vance Army did made Parry the leader of the opposition. Because that
No,
part is the part that I am not certain
it
about.
wouldn't apply. It wouldn't apply. The difference what me I try to show you is, right. Parry was in there. He wanna know.
he won. This is
You
true.
have me tell you have me tell you how it would apply if it was Parry and Hector in there, and Hector decide me not gonna support your Parry, and Vance been say,
Same
okay,
thing.
um um Parry, no, you're gonna be the leader of the opposition, but you can't do that. You understand what me I say?
You're gonna support each other.
Mm.
You
One
decide to
of them
support.
got to pick. When
Support,
it come
yes.
to Parry, it was just he won.
Yes.
So that's one man,
Understandable.
and I giving him grace because I don't have to do it. Because I don't have
Okay.
the support of
Right
nobody
now,
else.
but at this point, we as you have Miss Stapleton as an independent, because she says she's no longer part of the NRP regime. So you have two different, just have two person, two different one independent, her own party, or I say, I guess, her own party, along with Janice, a part of the NRP. So you have two different, and the other way around, when the election come around, whether Miss Stapleton chose to run as an independent, across the floor and say she join, I don't know, who join the next party or whatever, or form their own party. We see how that goes, but it is what it is at the time being. You see what I
No,
mean? So a situation like
there is there is no
is
ability
what?
for her to cross the floor. There
Oh, you
is
know
too
that.
much there is too much investment right now on that time.
All right. Kai, if you
If
realize and the sinking end, you don't hear no
if
opposition where they have PLPR, you have well Shan step down. So who will step up again in the is Assad as Azad, but Shan
no,
still in the house, but Azad
it, it is a woman. I think her name is Sasha Gray or something like
um
that. Miss Gray.
the lady she won the position. The lady Gray,
Yeah,
Shani Gray.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. She's not in the house, so she can't even she's not in
No,
parliament. She's not a member of parliament. So
no,
Shah will still have to go into parliament to argue in a sense like
definitely
that. And so,
yes.
but
But
I don't hear an argument. But I don't hear an argument. So as far as we see, there ain't no opposition period in the federal cabinet.
well, I was thinking about this the other day. This the
Period.
other
There
day.
is no opposition
This,
period
this
from none
afternoon.
of them. There's no
Um,
opposition and a
you
conclusion right
recall,
there.
you recall a couple of months back, the prime minister was in Dubai negotiating some funds on behalf of the geothermal.
Yes,
Um, the geothermal supposed to be an Nevis thing. If
was
the if the prime minister
was
is okay, well,
was
okay, let me work with you. Since you don't want to work with me, let me work with you. The
yeah
geothermal is gonna be developed on Nevis. Is that fair to say?
belongs to Stink It.
I want to ask you a question. Is the geothermal gonna be developed on Nevis? Is that fair
But
to
it's
say?
not owned by Nevis. It's owned by Sink It. Just say what
Okay.
it is.
Okay. Let me ask you that question there first. 'Cause maybe if I ask you
Yeah.
that first, then you're gonna feel more comfortable to answer me second question.
It's who the
Who is the
owner belongs
geothermal?
to.
Yeah. So I'm gonna ask you that first. Who the geothermal gonna belong to?
People are Sink It. Nevis gonna get some.
Okay, okay, good. So we
I know how
don't get
much
that
though,
out of
but
the
they're
way.
gonna get yes.
Hold on now. We don't get that out of the way. So I hope you're satisfied. Where
Yes.
is the geothermal gonna be developed?
In a matter it still belongs to Sink It. So who's spending the money belongs to who pays the piper call the tune. That's what me know. That is what I know.
Listen, this
You see who
But it's
negotiate
gonna
for the
be
funds for
developed on
geothermal?
Nevis. It is going to be
It
developed
no
on Nevis,
matter.
Alan. Let's go, Alan.
The
I
prime
work with you,
minister
really.
Alan.
all the way
I
in
can work with you,
Dubai.
Alan.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
work with
Alan, I
Alan.
can work with you. I'm gonna work with you, Alan.
Maybe devil's
It's gonna
So
advocate.
so
develop on
so so
Nevis.
Uh,
so
Let's go,
yes,
Alan.
so
go
it's
ahead.
gonna be developed on Nevis, and it's gonna be very
Hmm.
Yes.
beneficial for the people of
Yes.
Nevis, right?
Yes.
What's the ratio? When
Um,
he was going to
it's
buy own
gonna
geothermal?
Hold
Rastaman,
on,
you
hold
try
on.
to
One at
think,
a time.
Rastaman. Um,
All right. My
the
apologies.
the geothermal is gonna be such a big thing. It could be a legacy definer for politicians now, and you know they like to get
Mm.
honors. It might be such a thing where a man even come a national hero based off of the geothermal, right? Now, I am
What?
seeing a premier who is struggling. Yeah, geothermal that big. I seen a premier who is struggling with
Really?
you know feel like okay, go ahead.
National
Fight me pan
hero?
geot.
No, me not fight you was
You know
for be a national hero.
so let me ask you a question. You know feel like the person who secure energy security for St. Kitts and Nevis ain't a candidate to be a national hero? You
No.
don't think that that's possible?
I said no. Well,
Okay, yes,
anything is
son.
possible. Anything is possible.
Yes, son. Let me
I'm
hear
wondering
you.
how.
You don't think that the person who secure energy security for St. Kitts and Nevis is a candidate? Me not say definite. Is a candidate to be a
From the
national
Vance.
hero. one of these days.
What you have
Yeah,
answer
it's
a
gonna be
national
a
hero by
critical.
this
It's gonna be a big
term.
Okay,
accolade, a big
that's
accolade,
that's
huge
it.
accolade. So I could,
And and
seeing what's happening.
and even if I
So
put that to the side, even if I put that to the side,
Mm-hmm.
that is something where you go win an election after, right? Geothermal.
Yes, that also.
Okay.
Yeah.
If when me look at geothermal right now and how much investment the premier got in it, how is the same person who got so much investment in a how much geothermal coming into it, who is the leader of the opposition, going to oppose the same man who are negotiate the $400 million he need to roll out the geothermal project? Are you gonna oppose that man there who trying to get
yeah, but
four
you
hundred
have.
million dollars from me? I feel like it's possible.
But where would you go look when you have it right there sitting down? You have your own money. Where you go and seek borrowing for yourself in more debt when you have the money right there? Where you can't use your own money?
We have $400 million sitting there.
What you mean? More than that, plenty more than that. We're talking about. You can take
Um,
money from whether it's national bank and use it as shares to social security for the general public to buy shares and raise shares and different there are different ways you can raise these things. Let the people be a part of the investment and they'll get a
um,
return on it if it's that much of an investment.
right now we are already. Which bank you want me to deal with?
CBI, national, social security, all
Um,
these different areas that you have
uh,
money in there, you can find ways and have a different and plus the private sector. I could put invest. You
so,
can have buy shares, whatever you sell shares,
so
whatever for a dollar, $5, whatever it is. The general public can be a part of these things.
so I feel like saying that is to ignore the position that the institutions are already in. So, for example, you're a national bank who just record losses for the first time in the history back to back. Not only that, the amount of money where okay, if you alone this money right now,
Uh-huh. Yes,
you okay with the debt being $900 million.
you're gonna ask with debt. You're gonna reach up to. You're gonna ask with debt. It could be
So
partially.
so
It could be
so, so
partially from different places. It don't have to be one place. That's what I'm saying. It don't have to be one place. It could be from. It could break down to
no
the general public to sell X amount. Say 100 million or 150 million is going to shares, and next 50 million from this private sector, and so everybody benefit within the community. Yes,
regardless of how we break down, because especially that
yes,
how come I bring up national, you got your
mm,
share and
yes,
the company I lose money. You're not gonna dividends a
hmm,
year then.
Yeah, and your
yes.
share value
And
gonna drop too. Possibly your share
and
value gonna
ultim
drop.
and ultimately, as you say, you're looking for a return on your investment. If the value
No,
drop
but if
too
this is
much, go ahead.
bec- this is a long term project because geothermal not
Mm-hmm.
gonna happen overnight. I don't see this happen within the next 10 years, if possible. You see what I mean? If how serious these people are. Because to get energy from navies to sink, I mean, you have to run all that stuff underwater cables and different stuff and all these things. So, and then you want to expand for the Caribbean islands, which is an investment. It's just like an insurance. You pay, we all pay insurance. It's an investment. It's a future investment. So I have no issues when stuff like this is around and then the general public can benefit into shares. You can always, this is how you help your people have future investment to change generation wealth. If this is such a viable interest, you want to seek of to go far to go buy $400 million. If you know you guarantee to bring up, I just doing it because of political gain and not sure if you're gonna maintain it and make sure it is run in a proper way. We're gonna be beneficial. I just gonna do it and then in that beneficial. Yeah, what happened is just like the wind farm. The investment is not keeping investing, and then when you look, you see it is just not viable. These I think is talking, and then when you look, people are not properly investing, and people are not properly these things. People really get the return if they invest. These are the problem. You don't want to have these you spend all this money and then this last album after 5, 10 years is shut down. everything gone down the drain. Then because these are the things I see for happening if these things are not thought of as excited because doing it because of
Banky,
political gain.
Banky,
The- yes,
Banky. These are some of the same things that institutions look at, even though it's a government, the government is seen as a corporation or as a business the same way, you know. And so
of
when
course.
whether it's a private investor or some other institution, whether it's regional or international, is going to lend the government some money, they are going to do their due diligence in terms of researching the government and see what debt the
Of course.
government have and see how the government is servicing the debt and all of these things. And then when you look at these things and you see the kind of debt that these people have and how they're dealing with it, these are what these organizations will determine if they're going to give these people or lend these people the money, or if they even so sure that they're gonna get back their money. You know, I mean, and they look at some of the projects that are unfinished and how funds, that was allocated to them. And sometimes when you do if you do forensic records and audit, and so you might find that funds that was allocated to do one thing end up doing something else and go to that other place and all of these kind of things. And then sometimes project can't finish and all that. So sometimes it's not as easy when you find yourself in some of them situations to get access to funding. I know you might say the CBI is there and they could use that to $400 million out of that might not be nothing, but then it's $400 million out of the federal coffers that the federal could get access to the same way too. And so they got to protect still. If management, if they feel to themselves that money management over on the other island is not as prudent as it should be, they still have to factor that too, because the people of St. Kitts also is going to be affected by making that assessment, even though the argument might be that they might uneven more in
So,
terms of the sheer arrangement that they should have and all of that. But
so your son,
it's just some of the factors that I think they look at.
you're telling me you're free to invest $1 billion in renewable energy, whether it's geothermal and solar energy, with your people training these things for a for a long term period. You're free to make this kind of investment in your people. Is your natural resource you develop in your people is the most important resource of your country. They're free to make this kind of investment in their people. What is $1 billion to invest in your people, Virgin?
Banky,
When it is alleged that yes, uh-huh,
you know of
go
any
ahead.
project in St. Kitts and Nevis that is worth $1 billion right now?
The prison. How much the prison cost? How much the prison cost? Over $1 billion, right?
Okay, okay.
Okay, well, ain't that what it is? Where the money come from? Where the money come from?
Um,
And the prison still a bill.
um,
In a stop yet. So who in a
The
still
from
so
money in a
the
Rico
money still a
case right now.
circulate?
The money in a Rico
from
case right now.
But the
my
prison still a
from
The
my
money
bill.
is going to
The money
determine
come from.
The CBI future, and the money is going to
Uh-huh.
determine the rest of the
I
politics of
want when
St.
the
Kitts and
prison
Nevis as
bill, I
well,
want who
probably.
gonna fill the
Be-
prison. When the prison don't bill, who gonna fill the prison day? How much is
Maybe
supposed to
some of the
hold?
people who get caught up in the Rico case. Maybe some who get caught up in the Rico case. Anyway, Alan, come back in, Alan.
Right.
um um I
So this,
forget what it is.
I read with the one day the prison. That's a bill. The prison I read with and the amount, the project.
No, somebody tell you something and you
Right. Tell
believe.
me something.
Yeah. You hear something and you believe.
5,000 passport to be sold. What prison need 5,000 passport to build a prison? 200 passport there for. With the money going us and the man gonna take away one and some going to the prison. So the prison costs 800 million to build. The rest of mine. Well, we're not gonna problem with that. And that's what it is. So the prison costs eight
If
hundred
you
million and me get 5 billion and the US 4.2 of mine. All right. Okay. I got the
anyway,
drift.
uh, sure. I hear the wrap up music, so I will go ahead and find all the words and we can get out there.
All right. Yes, sir. Okay, let me
Yeah,
go. I
well,
just want to say,
it's always
go ahead, yes, sir.
okay, guy Banky.
Yes, just want to thank those who logged in, staying with us, and know something we go. It's two shows in one, so we tend to go long. There's a lot of different the topics and back and forth, and you know what I mean, stuff that you wouldn't hear most, and a lot of talk shows we will touch, and how the views people would want to act, they wouldn't touch it. So here with the topics and everything agriculture, we tend to share the views. Sometimes it's not our personal views, but views that the general public would share and stuff like that. But there's a lot going on within the Federal Singers and Navies when it comes to education, agriculture, geothermal, healthcare, and all this different stuff. So, and also, I mean, my uncle currently have passed away, and the funeral will be next week, Wednesday, at the Church of God at Kodak Road. So that it seems like every week is funeral pan funeral pan funeral pan funeral. Yes, and I know. And then one my virgin Aka, want to big up my virgin Aka, and my condolences to him and his mom passing. Is just Saturday talking to him. His mom had a stroke, and today she passed away. So just life is just so fragile, and you understand.
Okay.
So it's a sad thing for all those who grieving in this time. So just want to send my condolences for those who's grieving in this time. But I want to thank those who stayed with us. Big up Burl Jones, Tanya, and Evan Jeffers, and all those who tune in every week to listen real entertainment and the different shows that they have on this platform. And Alan, big up yourself. You've been doing a good job as a young lawyer. You have a great future within, and hopefully you can be one of those aspiring. I don't know what your views are and your ideas when it comes to leading the country. Definitely, it's people like you who will be needed, and hopefully your views don't change and can get to you if you become a parliamentarian one of these. I don't know. Yeah, you understand? Yes, and I know how things are people just switch up sometime. You see this, the smoke.
I could take on the role of being, his advisor, one of his advisors,
His advisor.
yeah, one of his advisors.
I don't
One
think
of.
I not gonna grip on a lot of things.
But
I go
one
call me
thing,
come out to
we agree to
intervene.
disagree.
Of course, it's a beautiful thing, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, man.
But I just want to say I'm definitely keep supporting Real Entertainment Network, and I'm definitely looking forward to see if the Sugar Mass will give Real Entertainment some sponsorship, even though Navy's Culturama didn't give you all any sponsorship, but you all promoted Culturama just like everything agriculture promote all the activities. Definitely, it would be heartwarming to see you all doing some promotional clips of Sugar Mass in 2024 in the next 2 3 months. So I would love to see that definitely. So and then going forward. Just want to say thanks for all those who tuning in and welcome being there and you definitely you all doing a good thing and something that is new and hopefully get more get involved and be outspoken and voice their opinion. Because it's the right thing to do. We should not live in a society where we fear to voice our opinion and speak out and stuff like that. Because remember, our children watching us to see how we express ourselves and going about and how we impact our society, and also respect those who see me every day and let me know do listen to the show, we enjoy the show and don't stop. You're doing a good thing. So we do have a lot of supporters who do tune in to the link up when it comes to everything agricultural entertainment and enjoy this over the years, and they're just dedicated listening these shows because it's a totally different show. They enjoy the camaraderie that we have, and we don't have to have the same views, and that's what make the show a beautiful thing. We go back and forth, but and it's the realness about the show. Yeah, son.
Yes, I. Yeah, well, give thanks. Tonight we didn't get a chance to follow up with a lot of the comments on the wall and so on. And that's the last one here, Bobby Jones saying there will be a follow-up between Sinkis and Nevis. Oh, okay, well, okay. But another one drop in here. Anyway, he was saying that there would have been a follow-up between the government where geothermal is concerned. He got another comment. He said there was a shift in control of geothermal. At first, it was going to be controlled by the NIA, but now
Mm-hmm.
because of the funding, the federation government took control, mishap by the premier, cause of mismanagement, and that's Bobby Jones. Um, yeah. Generally, this is a program that we generally make sure that we give a lot of credence to our online followers and so on. And so we give thanks to all of you who really, without you all, so the show is nothing, Um,
Yes.
Couple of things I wanna give thanks to. I almost, well, I shouldn't say I almost forget, but I wanna give some earth strong greetings to Chev, Chev member of the team. The celebrating her Earth Strong today. I got a sister,
Yes, sir.
Aisha, celebrating she Earth Strong today as well. And my daughter, second mother, Larry in Gums over in St. Kitts, celebrating she Earth Strong today. So I just want to give some Earth Strong greetings to those people as we seal up. Um, it's always a good discussion when we come on this platform. Alan, with his legal mind.
Mm-hmm.
As Banky say, we don't know if he might be aspiring for leadership eventually. If so, like I say, I'll take the backstage and still have these kind of interesting discussions and debates, and we hope that we use a platform like this and these kind of methods to do some of what we are asking and hoping for the others to do, educate and bring some of these topics and have people have these kind of discussions and look at things differently and go out and do some more research. Say, but I never really look at it like so, but I hear them and bring some pointers and we have to look at it. So I give thanks, look forward to us being another edition. Ras Bingy out strong too. Okay, Irie.
Our
Bye. You
big
know
up
what I mean?
Bingy.
You see, yeah man, big up Ras Bingy. Yes
It
I
seems like a lot
Rastafari.
of Christmas babies, a lot of Christmas babies, eh? That's how it. Lot of Christmas babies,
Yeah.
brethren.
Um as a wrap
I
up,
like
right? I want to I want to put forward this, Um since we have me and Banky and Alan, right? I want to, as a part of my to restart a branch of the UNIA and St. Kitts and Nevis, right? And I want, support from Alan and Banky so we could reactivate, Marcus Garvey, philosophies and movements and do some of these things that we saw desires of, help to educate about the civics and, what's going on and what we should be doing and so on. So, yeah, Alan, Banky and those out there listening. I think, as I said, like when I look back and see some of the work that these guys put in terms of seeing the need for unity, seeing the need for union, seeing the need for collaboration, seeing the need for us to come together and so on. It's like we lagging behind and sometimes I say, but we need to. Um, and, you know, I am a part of the we as well. So that would be part of one of my contributions as well, um, to seek to bring back that unity and that unification. So with that, that's how I'm going to wrap up, this evening. So some food for thought. If you see us and you're willing to be a part of the new UNIA branch and St. Kitts and Nevis, because Marcus Garvey started one when he came to St. Kitts and Nevis. I don't know if you know, Alan, that Marcus Garvey actually visited St. Kitts and Nevis and wrote some letters on behalf of
Market Street,
his
Market Street.
meditation and so on when he came to St. Kitts and Nevis, and he actually, I think there was a office on Nevis, so I don't know if there was a where that was, but I know for sure there was an office on
Oh yeah,
St.
because
Kitts.
you had
Um,
Mad Cross and this what his name again, Mr. Levi Morton and all these some of these were followers and members of Marcus Garvey movement. You,
and these are things that were a part of our history and so on. And so that's why I say when we talk
yes.
about independence and so on, a lot of these things are not spoken about and they need to be spoken about and highlighted so the youth can know where we're coming from. But as I say, this might help to evoke more of that revolutionary spirit that is really needed, and that is what will counter And that is what is countering that system that is holding the helm and continuing the divide and rule and whatever other kind of mechanisms they want, because they don't want us to come together and wake up and realize that, yeah, we are the masses and we are the people and we are the government, you know. Anyway, people, guidance and protection, enough love, enough respect to everybody who would have made a contribution and do the part. And we look forward to seeing you in another edition. Enough respect.
Yes, I. Alan?
Yan Paz, Alan.
No, man, bless up on them. Me gonna let you go be a daddy, you know? Later. Next week.
Ira.
Yes, right.
I
Like
thank
I have nobody to talk to. Got up in the morning, took a shot, that's the rock. Girl, you left my stomach in a knot. Took my lighter and you burned the bridge. Thought you was a writer. No, you're just an idol. You got me feeling like